The following podcast contains naughty language and ridiculous situations. Listener discretion is advised.
So we went from Netflix and self-quarantine, good times. Then we went to social distancing, good times. And now we're at, fuck it, you're all on your own, good times. Temporary layoffs, good times. Hanging in a chow line, good times. As we approach our anniversary episode, it might not be the anniversary we wanted, but it might be the anniversary episode we deserve. So fucking buckle up, get ready. Hopefully we'll make you laugh during this time of crisis on infinite coronavirus, infinity Earths, whatever the fuck. Welcome to what could be the last Trick or Treat Radio.
Zombies. You're listening to Trick or Treat Radio, starring the Deadites.
Welcome to episode 400 of Trick or Treat Radio. Trick or Treat Radio is the world's most dangerous podcast and is recorded in front of an undead studio audience here at Castle Wolfenstein, also at the Lair of Lost Swag, and also at OTC Industries this evening. We will discuss at least one film a week, except for this week. We argue, make fun of each other, and we hopefully will give you a reprieve from real fucking life, because right now real life fucking sucks. And helping us to do that and to help celebrate episode 400. As always, he's on for every fucking milestone because he's our bud. He is one of the down boys. He is a one of our podcasting heroes and also an award-winning filmmaker, and that would be our buddy Bill by Force.
Oh, that is quite the introduction, my friend. Thank you.
Well, it's very
No way, but
very befitting of an award-winning filmmaker such as yourself.
I don't know about that. Thank you very much. Obviously, I wouldn't miss it, especially if I've got something to plug. So,
yeah, exactly. So this is episode 400, and Ares is braving the shelter-in-place warnings, and he's hanging out at the Lair of Lost Swag. Raven Chow, what do you got going on over there? You look very festive.
Oh, so many things. First of all, I want to say big ups to Aries. We have fucking coronavirus bros.
I'm instantly regretting my decision to come here when you walked in with a fucking robot.
So it's called Bronovirus?
What's that?
the boner virus,
It's known as Bronovirus.
The
Yeah,
coronavirus.
the Barono virus.
Oh, man, the coronavirus. No, it's very exciting. What you may see on camera is, do you guys ever play Risk?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, of course.
It's a great game. And the pieces would represent, like, maybe like you'd have the soldier who's one guy, and the horse would represent like 5, and then like the cannon would represent 10, or give or take. The rules may change. So what I have in MZ's chair are icons that represent what I have down in the Raven Shadow cellar. So currently I'm clocking in on 930 racks, a 15 packs of cigarettes, carton included,
Jesus, okay.
bottle of Boston. What's not being seen is the 4 bottles of whiskey and the bottle of white Zinfandel I have, because I'm fucking classy. And 2 more nips of vodka in the kitchen, and a couple of twisted teas for the lady, and 1 roll of toilet paper, which represents 1.
What ply is it? Is it like
Yeah.
one ply, 2 ply, half ply?
Is that like that pillow bottom shit, or?
Yeah, pillow bottom girls make the fucking world go round.
The number 1 value brand.
Yeah.
Oh, so
It's-
it's quarter ply then.
It's,
It's actually quarter row ply. It's it's like Naugahyde ply. It's very absorbent.
Just look at it the way and it falls apart.
It's nice.
Also, joining us via Skype also is MZ, because he is the most immunocompromised of all of us. So
He might get sick
Yeah,
of being here.
I think if I step outside, I'll die.
I'm worried about Z. I really am.
So I got that going. For,
Yeah, exactly.
how much longer is a big question mark. I think I'll find out tomorrow what's going on.
Where?
Where what?
What are you going to find out tomorrow that you don't already know today?
Apparently, he doesn't know.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
Jesus Christ.
We'll find.
We can't even make a joke about that. Thanks, man.
Yeah, it's very ominous.
Monster
The
Buzzkill.
whole-
Yeah, no shit.
I
So
don't know if
yeah,
the worldwide pandemic has anything to do with the buzzkill, but who knows?
Fair.
so tonight, let me quickly run down what we're doing, and then we'll quickly hop into things here. But we obviously are joined by Bill right off the bat. Bill's got some new stuff to talk about, and always we just love spending time with him on these milestone episodes. Later on in the show, we're going to be joined by our old friend and also Bill's old friend. We actually met him through OTC, and that would be otherwise known as Neck or Steven Scarlatta. And Steven will be joining us a little bit later, tell us all about his podcast, The Best Movie Never Made, and also all the projects he's got up his sleeve.
He gets big deal podcast gigs, gets to do like live in front of like audiences and shit.
I know, right?
They like sell tickets to like his show when they have them. It's like people want him to be there.
I know.
I'm like, or we have to like pay people to be like, hey, take a listen. No, all right, cool.
Can we pay you money for us to talk in front
Plenty
of
of
our
us.
friends, please?
What was that, Ram Shadow?
Yeah, can we pay you money for us to talk in front of our friends, please?
Yeah,
we wanna-
exactly.
It's a terrible life.
So, yeah, looking forward to that. And then also, later on, in the 10 o'clock hour, MZ is going to give his top 13 best scenes before a kill in the Friday the 13th film series. So I know some people have been looking forward to that. And then we have a veritable shit ton of voice messages to play from all of you. So thank you all to everyone who sent in some voice messages. If you have not done so, you have a small opportunity if you're listening live. We have quite a few, and we're probably going to run late as it is. But if people do have additional voice messages, feel free to send them, podcast at Trick or Treat Radio, and hopefully we can get a chance to play it. So as long as you get it to us before like 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we should be good. So we're doing something a little bit different here. We got 3 cameras. We got Bill in the middle. He's sandwiched between Trick or Treat Radio.
How does that feel?
It's an experience that I wish upon my worst enemy.
You're like a Secret Radio Oreo, and you're the cream.
I just feel like you and Monster Zero are like, yep, and then Aries is on the side being like, listen, I got nothing to do with this shit. Like,
You missed the
Well,
bill.
who's the biggest enemy? It'd be a bigger
Wait.
thrill than you are.
Practicing his Skype connection without Aries calling us a messenger. He was not wearing a fucking shirt. And then we a virtual tour. It was like handicapped cribs. We went through all his transform.
Handicapped cribs.
Yeah, it was amazing. And he had no idea that Aries was in my kitchen, so he called me. And then, so I'm talking to him, and I'm looking at him. He's wearing no shirt. Then Aries talks to him, and we're actually in the kitchen. We had our phones framed so you could see the back of my head in Aries' broadcast, and vice versa. And then after 10 minutes of doing that, he's like, "Oh, you're in the studio? It's the same fucking kitchen, bro."
It wasn't until I sat down in the studio and he saw the poster framed behind me that he just sees every week.
Yeah, it was like, "Oh, Aries, when'd you get a fucking Miami Connection poster?" He didn't. He's in the fucking
Oh,
No.
man.
Oh, the studio. I wasn't expecting that because of the quarantine. I wasn't expecting him there, so that's what happened. And when he came on, it was really, really dark behind him, so I couldn't see what was going on behind him. I didn't think it was anything. I figured he was home.
didn't recognize the kitchen at all, or there were photos of me in the house.
Oh, how could I? It was almost pitch black behind him.
Thank you. Yes,
That's
Vin
right.
Diesel was there.
I can't break that.
What's that? What?
Oh, shit.
You sound really good, MZ.
Yeah, you sound great. We-
terrible.
You're not counting. It's not cutting out at all. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
It's not sounding great. We got a bunch.
It's what you would call good.
We got a bunch of people hanging out. We got Lance Beef Pile saying hello, quarantine in paradise here. We got our boy,
Love that.
Our boy Adam Portress, or your boy too, Bill.
Yeah, I'll lend him out.
Lend him out.
Lend him out.
We got Carlitos hanging out. We got Tim from Australia. He says Bombaleo. We got Don Fauci, who is our pal Anthony. He asks, is this being pre-taped for 2 nights on April 4th and April 5th?
Obviously.
Oh man, so we got a bunch of people hanging out. So we appreciate you guys taking the time. I know there's a lot of shit going on in the world nowadays, or in this day, and we appreciate you guys taking the time to spend it with us, and hopefully we can help you forget about the real world for a little bit, because we got some fun stuff that we're gonna do. We got lots of voice messages and everything. So we appreciate you guys hanging out with us and spending your time with us. So, all right, let's jump into things here with Bill. Bill, you got something pretty exciting going on. So you always got something exciting going on. But what is?
I was a lot more excited about it like a few weeks back when I was like, "Hey man, would it be cool if I come on the show and promote the Indiegogo for the new documentary?" And you were like, "Yeah, man, absolutely." And I was like, "Yeah, we just launched it. It's fucking killer. We had a great first day." And then everything changed.
Yeah. So it's a real tough time now to have any kind of fundraiser, any kind of crowdfunding. We totally get that, and
sure, man. And Kyle and I get it too. That's the thing. It's like, I mean, obviously there's never good timing for a worldwide pandemic, but like it's this everything that's going on right now, if I may put on my big boy pants for a minute here, like we're all in the same boat. Like, MZ's going to find out about his job tomorrow. Like I basically, I'm a small business owner. My production company is my job. So when this all happened, literally every single job I had, canceled. Everything done.
Yeah.
We had launched this Indiegogo like 2 weeks ago now, 3 weeks ago now, and it was literally, we launched it on Saturday, and then the entire country was in lockdown by Wednesday. So every touring musician that I know, 100% of their income is gone. Every independent artist that I know that either filmmakers or like work, just gone. And we're in the middle of this trying to do a fundraiser for this movie. So I don't know. It's like almost like I feel bad trying to shill it, but I realize I am in the same boat as all these other people right now. Like it's, this is how like I don't have a whole lot to sell. Film Freaks is out on Prime and stuff, so I'll never be able to sell another copy of it again. Like, so it's the type of thing where it's, this is what we're trying to do so that when we come through this and we can all start working again, we've got the funds that we need to get going and we can hit the ground running. I mean, we're already like waist deep in this movie. So now at this point, like we have to figure out a way to finish it. So the Indiegogo is the way to do it.
Yeah, so let me just give folks a little bit of information. So this is your new project, Don't Forget to Leave, which is a film about talent addiction and what's left behind, featuring Tim Landers from Transit and Cold Collective. So, obviously this is something that's near and dear to your heart, Bill. And so if people want to look this up, they can look it up on Indiegogo. Just look for Don't Forget to Leave, or I think if you just even search for OTC Industries, I think you'll find it. But yeah. So tell folks a little bit about the project.
So we've been kind of talking about it a little bit. I think I've mentioned it the last couple times I've been on the show. It's really what Kyle and I have been working on for a little over a year now. Tim Landers, if you guys aren't familiar with him, he was one of the founding members of the pop punk emo band Transit. Throughout his short life, he struggled, with substance abuse and mental health. And what Don't Forget to Leave is we basically were taking a dive into his life and his untimely death, and we're using these to represent what is a much larger epidemic, and that is young, gifted artists, whether it be musicians or painters or filmmakers. It's representative of a much larger problem. People that struggle with drug addiction, when they come down from their art, I guess is kind of the best way to put it. So it's a music documentary, it's a bio documentary, it's a self-help documentary, it's kind of all of these things put together. But what we're doing is we're telling Tim's story in the most honest way that we can, by talking to his friends, talking to his family, talking with his former band members. And what we want to do is we really want to illustrate the point that everybody knows a Tim. Everyone has a Tim Landers in their life, somebody that struggled with whether it's alcohol or pills or heroin or, and then mental health is, I think, a big part of addiction that people sometimes kind of overlook and try to look at mental health and addiction as kind of two like different things, whereas there's a lot of times where there's a lot of people that have mental health issues have addiction issues because of it, or vice versa, or they have addiction problems and it creates mental health issues. So we're talking to a bunch of professionals, we're talking to a bunch of former addicts, we're talking to a bunch of people that have just struggled, and then we're talking to people that just love Tim. So it's kind of it's not a sexy story. It's not it's not what is in the Trick or Treat wheelhouse. So it's I appreciate you guys having me on to talk about it. But like it's we feel it's a really important film, and we launched this Indiegogo back on the 7th of March, and we are currently at 50% of our way to the goal. And it's funny because going into it, we weren't really too worried about making our goal until everything kind of changed, because everybody on the planet was like, let me know when you launch. Let's get, what can we do to help? And then everyone was like, well, my tour just got canceled, so I got to figure out how I'm going to pay my bills for the next 6 months. And so I understand it is a really tough time for everybody. Everybody's looking at things, but we want to have art and we want to have entertainment when we get through this, because we're going to get through this pandemic. Hopefully all of us get through it, and it works itself out in the best possible way it can. But I know we're all going to want to be entertained afterwards. So that's kind of where we're at, I guess.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough time. And you're right. I mean, we are going to get through this. Right now, it hasn't even peaked from what we're being told. So it's probably going to get worse before it gets better.
Well, yeah, I mean, the U.S. now has more confirmed cases than any other country in the world.
Yeah.
Best. Go America.
No.
Yeah.
No, Michael.
Oh, that's not good?
No, this is not one to be proud of.
Shit. No, it's bad. I'm just trying to have fun.
No, it's bad.
No,
Shit, it's bad.
shit.
To say that this is bad is like saying the Elephant Man had a little puffiness around the eye.
Jesus.
Yeah, like that.
I mean, sure, you can make that comparison if you want.
That's an important story, Bill, and it sucks, and I'm actually fascinated. I can't wait to eventually see it. Now, what happened? So, and I'm not familiar, so maybe myself, maybe one of our listeners are not sure how that works. If it doesn't meet the goal, what happens then?
Through Indiegogo, we'll get a portion of the funds that we've already had donated to us. So we basically set up a number, and to pull the curtain back, we had financing for this, and it fell apart not last minute, but like was one of those, like we were good to go, we were soldiering on, and then it was like, hey, maybe return a message, and the people that were supposed to finance it didn't end up doing it, but like totally ghosted us in the process of it. So it was the type of thing where we were like, fuck, what are we going to do now? Because I wasn't interested in doing another Indiegogo after the Film Freaks one, because it's a lot of work and it's a lot of stress, and it's not a fun thing to do. So, we'll get a portion of the funds. Obviously, the more funds that we raise, we get a better portion of it. It's like it's almost like you're penalized for not making it in this weird sort of way. Okay. But we looked at what we needed to finish the filming, and we, since Tim was a touring musician, obviously he's friends with people all over the place. So we had trips. We had a trip to we were supposed to do a trip to Canada. We were supposed to do a trip to California, where we were going to hit the Bay Area, and then also Southern Cal. Actually, 3 stops, because we would have been Bay Area, LA, and then also down to San Diego. We were supposed to be in Florida to interview Tim's family last week. We obviously had to cancel that. And then Charlotte, Chicago, and a couple of other trips. And obviously travel is not cheap, and it's not going to get any cheaper in the near future. So we took a look at what is the bare minimum amount of money we need to finish filming, and that's kind of what we set the goal for. So we'll be able to. I mean, we're making the movie. We've committed a year to it. We just want to present Tim's story in the best way that we can. The last thing I ever want to do is shortchange his, legacy by being like, oh, well, I didn't have enough money, so I had to make a shitty movie. Sorry. You know what I mean? That's not fair to him and not fair to his family and not fair to like his memory and, his fans that are out there. Because Transit was really popular. They toured with Saves the Day, Taking Back Sunday, Wonder Years, like all of those bands that were big in that scene. They toured with all of them. And I know once this gets done, a lot of people will want to see it. And the last thing I want is for people to feel like, oh, well, there's so much more to it. Why did they miss all this stuff, Yeah,
for sure. So, I mean, it is a tough time now, but this is something. When you told me initially about the story, when you sort of, gave me the concept, I at first obviously thinking this is way different than Survival of the Film Freaks, and then I thought more about it, and I was like, shit, this is something that is really kind of important though, because this is something that should be out there and that people should be aware of. And, I think it's an important story to tell. And obviously you do have a sort of a personal connection. So I think that really puts you in an interesting position here to tell it,
Yeah.
So.
Well, and the fact that I'm straight edge too, I don't drink. I don't do any drugs. I like nothing. I've never had a drink in my life. I think I smoked weed like once or twice in high school. And like, I don't even think I actually did it right. So like, I come from this different world. And so it's been this really interesting journey for me too, just because, like I don't know anything about that. I don't have, maybe I think I do actually probably have an addictive personality and addictive mindset, which is one of the reasons why I think I've never done any of that stuff. I'm too afraid of the type of person I would become. But I think people don't realize when you think about, especially talking about musicians, you hear about musicians dying of overdoses, like almost every time they're like at home. You
Right.
never hear there's definitely some people that, they die on tour, but the majority of musicians and traveling artists die when they come home from tour, or they stop touring, or like, they used to be in a band and they're not in that band anymore. They don't know how to like manage their everyday life. And they just do more drugs, or they do more drinking, or like, they get further off the reservation. So it's really interesting to look at it from that mindset of why do so many artists, when they come home, get themselves in real, real trouble? Like, why does that seem to be the time, Like Tim came out of rehab. He was in rehab and he was coming up on a 9-month sober spot and started doing drugs again. And that's when he died. It's not a matter of like, he wasn't like passed out on the back of some tour bus somewhere. And I understand that stuff happens too, but like, it's just such a different way to look at it, rather than just being like, oh, hey, druggie overdose. Why is this happening? Why do people that try to get help sometimes not always get help? And opioids is such a major thing. I mean, not just in the United States, it's an epidemic all around the world. So it's the type of thing where we want people to think about these things and understand kind of like you need to be able to look out for your friends. And even sometimes when you're looking out for your friends, you can't always help everybody, but we want to try to share his story and just like open more people's eyes if they have friends that are in trouble.
Yeah.
And that's so.
Go ahead, Rib Shadow. Go ahead.
No, I think that's so important, and I think there's a lot of stuff with what we've seen recently, whether it be Michael Hutchinson, Prince.
Did you
guys
say recently, and then say Michael Hutchins?
In Raven Shadow's defense, they did do a Michael Hutchinson documentary last year, so maybe he was thinking of that.
Okay, sorry, I thought you were talking about when he died. I got that.
I was hoping he was going to drop a little peep on me because that was just last year.
Yeah, Lil Peep. Yeah, I'm not familiar with him or her. But I do.
He died of a fentanyl overdose on his tour bus.
Yeah, I don't know Lil Peep, but I do enjoy Cadbury eggs, so that's what I'm into. But that's because Easter's coming up, and we should be cured by then. Thanks, President. Thank you, MZ.
Hey, that's why I'm here.
That's good. That's good.
Totally unrelated. Did you guys get the Oh, that's going to be backwards. You're not going to be able to read it, right?
No, it's you can see
I
it.
threw it away today.
Okay, the President Trump's coronavirus guidelines for America, like he wrote these. I got it in the mail today.
What you can't see on the on that card is his duck and cover, which is very helpful.
No, it's here on the back.
It says duck and cover.
Yeah,
It says sneeze or cough into your tissue and duck and cover when possible. No, I'm kidding.
And vote Republican.
Vote Republican. Don't forget, I'm going to send you a check. Just one, though.
With
Don't
tax
put
to be
it back.
taken, so you'll get $400 out of that
Yeah,
15K.
maybe.
Just one check.
But if
Who bought the election, though, with that, man? He's going to get reelected now because he's going to send a bunch of people $1,200.
sucks, man. I missed
Nah,
it.
Smart, they'll just use them for the money and then vote whatever. Then it's the
But I
So
think
anyway, drugs are bad.
Oh, but that thing where when whatever your level of fame, right? A popular pattern is, well, what happens when the music stops, when the crowd goes away, and you're by yourself in your hotel room. Your wife is far away, your girlfriend, and you got to keep that going. And much like nobody sees themselves as the villain, nobody sees themselves as an addict, and it's something that
True.
sneaks up on you. And you don't always know it, but something when that fucking door closes, man. You know, when you think you've done all you've done, you know, you've done all your work, you've performed, or maybe you just go to your work. Maybe you just fucking fucking cleaned a pipe and you're a plumber, or you fucking made a cake or whatever the fuck, or a doctor who deals with the life and death struggle. When you're home alone and that door closes, man, there's a shift that fucking turns. And I think that's what the addicts, what people who aren't addicts might not get, and maybe they shouldn't get that. But it's something amongst anyone who has that gene, that whatever it is that makes you do that, and you'll never understand it unless you're there. And it's a very hard thing to avoid, and you don't want to be that, but it is a struggle. And I think what you're making is something that is a
Nope.
That's some echo.
That was
We lost her in shadow. Okay, you back?
Yeah, cool. And it kind of fucked me up a little bit, but you yeah, sorry, it threw me off a little. It threw me off.
It's all right. It's
Well, you know what? I mean, there is a high when you're performing on stage.
Right.
Anyone who has never performed in front of a crowd doesn't know what that is. But anyone that stepped on a stage, whether it's in front of 10 people or 10,000 people, there's a high, there's a rush that goes through you when you're performing, and those people cheer for you. When you step off that stage, all you want is that again. And that's what a lot of these artists are trying to get with drugs. And that's why a lot of them overdose when they're at home, because they don't have that. They want it, but they can't get it. And there's no drug in the world that can give you that rush of a crowd cheering for what you're giving them.
And there's something about being home alone too. If you're home alone,
Home Alone
you
2.
Home Alone 2, right? Electric Book. But like, hey, I'm safe, so I'm gonna have an extra. I'm gonna have this and
Yeah,
that.
exactly. Yeah.
Is the stigma is finally starting to change, but I think it needs to be changed more. Where it's fucking junkie, fine, whatever. But everyone can be a junkie. It doesn't have to be a needle. It could be a pill. It could be.
Sorry.
you get some delay stuff going on, huh?
Yeah, well, sorry if you guys keep hearing shit because Facebook thought my post was spam and locked my account. So I'm reopening. Tried to reopen my account so I can get the stream on fucking Facebook. This is ridiculous. So I'm trying to be low key about it, but then as I'm opening it up, it's you guys are actually hearing the live video. So I apologize. Only you guys are though. The listeners aren't. So I apologize about that.
That's not as good as Lokai, but still not bad.
Exactly.
Well, loaded.
Yeah.
But no, there's finally a shift, though, I think, in the culture. And I think what you're trying to make, Bill, is going to be another piece in that puzzle to maybe change perceptions of what addiction is and what and the downfall of wasted talent or misused talent. And that's what's important about what you're trying to make, is what I'm trying to say.
No, and you're right, and that's what we're striving to do, because Tim, he was like a gifted songwriter. Like he wrote like hundreds of songs, and his band he was in now currently, or what he was in when he passed away, Cold Collective, had a new record ready to go. So I've spent a lot of time with them, recording the record without him, using a bunch of his demos, dudes, I've felt weird things in my life, but there is nothing weirder than going into the studio with that band and sitting there with them and hearing his voice come through the monitors while they're working on a record and he's not there for it.
Yeah. And I know I recall you had Tim. Didn't you do some? What was it? The OTC. You did. I can't remember what you called it, but the OTC sessions or something like that. Was that what it was called?
Yeah, we did 2 episodes. No one watched them, so I stopped doing it.
But you had Tim on those, right?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
he did the first one, and it was fucking killer. Like unbelievable. It's
Yeah.
still available on YouTube. So yeah, he was gifted, man. And I've known him. I knew him since he was a young kid. He played in a hardcore band with me when I think he was probably like 15. I was like 37. I wasn't that like I was significantly older than him.
Yeah.
And like he's this kid that like he came to the shows, he liked the other band that I was in, and I wanted to start a hardcore band, and we needed a guitar player, and he was like, I'd love to play guitar. And I was like, who the fuck is this kid? Like who's this
Yeah.
wants to play guitar with us? And I was like, all right, cool. So we practiced, and he came in and started shredding the songs out, and I was like, all right, cool. Well, I mean, do you have any riffs, like any hardcore riffs? Because I knew he was into like pop punk and stuff. And they started playing these hardcore riffs that were like better than anything I'd ever thought of. And I was like, oh, you can stay. And then Transit took off like 4 months later, and I was like, I guess I'm going to start OTC.
Yeah. Right.
That's how OTC became into being directly because of Tim and the fact that his band took off, and I had nothing to do to keep my time busy. So in this weird, just putting this together, but we can thank him for having Outside the Cinema.
Yeah, exactly. or we could shake our fist at him.
I don't know, 632 episodes or so.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm like, we're at fucking 400. Holy shit! And then I look at you guys, and I feel inferior. I'm like, all right.
It's
well.
just another episode. Colorado, sure, that's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
We worship you.
What, MZ?
I was just saying, we worship you. We worship you.
You don't worship me.
Right? Maybe the other guy.
That, sir?
I can plug the other thing though. That's a little bit more feel good. That's about feminism.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to ask about that as well, but before you do that, I just want people to go check out Don't Forget to Leave, because you guys did hit 50%. You still got, as of the recording of this, you got 18 days left, so there's still time. I mean, I know this is going to be tough, especially with the shit going on in the world right now, but it is possible. So, and it is a flexible goal. I mean, I know if you don't hit 10, your goal, you may not be able to do it the way you want to. So hopefully people don't, kind of take that flexible goal and just be like, oh, well, they're going to do it anyways. Cause these are difficult. These crowdfunding is a really difficult, tough thing to do. And you guys need all the money you can possibly get to make this happen. So if you guys want in on this, check it out. There's some really good perks out there, and some of them are filling up. So I think the vinyl bundle, I'm gonna have to go back and check and see what I have for records. I had some records. So there's one in there that's a vinyl bundle that is. I have a big record collection. Like some of you guys have seen my record collection. I have a big record collection. Yeah. And I have a ton of Tim's records, a ton of Transit records, a couple of Mr. records. And so one of the ones that I did was I did a vinyl bundle, which is you get a digital copy of the movie, you get a T-shirt, the private Instagram, the poster, and then also I will choose one record from my personal collection to give up, which they're all those records are out of print. They're not going to reprint them. So I'm liquidating my collection to try to generate the funds for the show or for the flick. So nice. So that's pretty awesome. So people should hop on this right away because some of these are filling up. So just once again, go to Indiegogo and then just search for Don't Forget to Leave, Tim Landers documentary. And you can find that and dig in there. But yeah, also, Bill, you got something else going on. Let folks know about that.
Yeah, this is a more immediate thing. So next Monday, which would be March 30th, if I am not mistaken, we are premiering. We had talked about Safer Spaces, which is a short documentary that Kyle and I made about Shauna Potter, who is the lead singer of the hardcore band Warren Women. And we made a short documentary about her that runs about 20 minutes. We were booking film festivals for it, and we had a few festivals booked, and the world premiere got canceled. So we hadn't even been able to announce. We weren't even able to announce it yet. And so I got with Sean and was like, "Hey, listen, so the festival that was going to do the world premiere is canceled. The festival. How do you feel about doing an online world premiere?" And she was like, "Yeah, let's do it." So next Monday on the 30th at 8 p.m. on stageit.com, which is a really awesome website that is done. If now that with everyone being at home, being quarantined, lots of artists, musical artists are going on there and doing like live performances from like their living room. And like Frank Turner's done one, and like Vinnie Caruna and like Rhett Miller, like all these people are doing these live concerts from like their house. So we're going to premiere the movie, the world premiere of the movie on stageit.com next Monday at 8 o'clock. And I'm pretty excited about it because you can get tickets for it if you go to stageit.com and do a search for Safer Spaces. Tickets are, it's a suggested $5, but we're not excluding anyone. So we made it a pay what you will. So you can pay whatever you want for a ticket. If you want to pay more than $5, I'm okay with that. If you want to pay less than $5 and because you don't have the money right now, that's cool too. We don't want anyone to miss out on it. So I'm going to do an intro on it, and then Sean is going to do a Q&A afterwards. Film runs a little over 20 minutes. And I'm actually really excited. I'm really proud of this, what Kyle and I did with this, because again, much like the Don't Forget to Leave documentary, the world we live in is just crazy. And Shauna, as a lead singer and an activist of they're a feminist hardcore band. So it's, if you're not down with feminism, then maybe steer clear. But it takes a look at her, kind of what she does, how she feels about things, and then just kind of really talks about helping people get to a safer place and being able to be okay in society and being able to go to a show and not have to worry about getting beat up or women getting, like touched inappropriately or like catcalled on the street. It's just like, she's a really amazing person. And we're really proud of the little doc we put together for it. So we're really excited to be able to show it to people.
Yeah, I can't wait. I know, once again, you've been talking about this one, and I've been super excited. I'm not very familiar with Shauna or her band, but once you sort of mentioned it, I was like, okay, I got to check this out because, I wanted to find out more, and it sounds super interesting. So I'm hopefully, I mean, I don't have much, but too many places to go. So hopefully I can check that out when it drops, because that sounds really exciting.
Yeah, so we're hoping that we're going to have some other film festivals that are still going to happen later in the year, obviously. But we had like 3 get canceled, and we were like, well, we've been sitting on it for a little while now. It's been done since like late last year. So I was like, if she's okay with it, Kyle, let's do it. And Kyle's like, yeah, man, whatever you feels best. So I directed it. Kyle edited and produced it, and it's got Shauna, her bandmate Brooks Harlan, and Chris Wren, who runs Bridge 9 Records, are the 3 people that are in it. And there's a bunch of music and live footage and all the stuff you would expect.
Awesome. Yeah, I can't wait for that. That's really cool. So it's going to be debuting there in do you know of any other, I know you said that there may be some other plans for it. Do you know of anything else as of right now, or is this the place that people can check it out?
I have a couple places that have said that they want to do it if they can still have their festivals. So since nothing's announced yet, I can't really say. I don't want to say and then have it get canceled like tomorrow or something. But as of right now, this world premiere is the only place you're going to be able to see it. So it's not going to. I've actually had a bunch of people ask where they can watch it afterwards, and I'm like, there's no real plan for it yet. I mean, it'll eventually end up on like Amazon and on Prime later on down the road. But it won't probably be until later this year. So I don't really have any information. Okay. So if you want to see it, and here's the other thing is all of the money that's coming in the ticket sales is going right back to myself and Kyle and Shauna. So as we said, all of our work, Shauna and Warren Women was literally leaving for a tour. It would have been last week. They were going on tour with Bad Religion and Alkaline Trio, and the entire tour got canceled. So needless to say, they could definitely use the bump right now.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, that seems to be the trend here with a lot of folks. I mean, it's rough. I mean, I think that all of us, at least all the hosts on the show, like we're all able to. I mean, as far as I know, unless something happened the last few days, but we're all still able to do our jobs. Obviously, I'm able to work from home. Thankfully, Raven Shadow's sort of like a little. You're going between home and the office, right?
I have some news about one of my jobs.
Yeah, and once again, Raven Shadow's a couple jobs, so it is affecting one of them for sure.
One is temporarily laid off for all the people in the organization.
Gotcha. Yeah. So there you go.
That's the male gigolo job?
Yes.
All right.
That wasn't making much money anyway.
Indiegogo. Okay.
But I get it. I understand times are tough, and I'm in that same boat that everyone else is. But
Yeah.
I want to try to provide as much entertainment as we can. Same thing with OTC. We're going to be doing some watch-alongs, some lab watch-alongs, and we're going to pump out our shows every week and try to get as much stuff out there as possible to try to entertain people.
Yeah, I mean that's the best that we can do right now, and I know that I think I mentioned this last week, but one of my favorite musicians, Devin Townsend, he obviously can't tour, and he not only is he not making money, but the people that he hired to go on tour with him aren't making money. So I know he started a GoFundMe, and they're basically he's dropping like a new song every single day, like something, just to give people something to keep it going, because he feels responsible for the people he hired to do the tour with him. You know, so. A lot of times it's not just the musician. It's like in your case, Bill. I mean, it's your family too. You know, like I know that that's kind of maybe a given, but you know, all these projects are kind of like unfortunately drying up because you know you can't go do projects because who are you going to film? No one wants to go outside. So
Right. Yeah. I'm DP on like Mike Neal's new Lovecraft movie that he's making, and we had to shut down the entire production. We had like 3 major shoots that were going to be like. Would have been last weekend, and you know we had to cancel everything. So like that was 8-9 days of work just gone. And I mean I'm lucky though because my wife has a job where she can work remotely, and she's actually busier now because she works in publishing that works with colleges. So she's even more busy because all the colleges are scrambling to find ways to continue to get the products and the books to the students now that everything's moved online. So I'm lucky, you know, really lucky in that instance. But you know it's still only half of the work that was getting done for the family. So, and Travis is home from school for God knows how long, and the kid never stops eating. So we spent $400 at the supermarket, like right before like the lockdown quarantine started. And like all of the snacks were gone by like 2 days later. I'm like, how did you eat all of these? He's like, I don't know.
yeah, we did the same. I think we dropped like 200.
Travis came and ate all your food.
He ate all our vegan food.
Well, luckily, I work in a food warehouse, so I got a unlimited supply of food.
Lucky you. You're the one of us that doesn't need it. Oh! I kid because I love.
Job of the hoarder.
Oh!
So yeah, that's all super exciting, and obviously, Bill, I mean, you're still doing Outside the Cinema, so.
Yeah, every week. Chris and I have been the last 2 episodes we did on Skype, and anyone that knows me knows I'm not a huge fan of doing a Skype show, and that's mostly because because Chris has been sitting across from me now for 12 years.
Yeah.
But like we've done because obviously he has a daughter that has underlying health issues, and he has asthma, and he doesn't want to leave the house or like. So I'm like, dude, I'm totally okay. He was like, you want me to come over? I'm like, absolutely not. I'm like, you stay at home and we'll figure it out. So the first week was a little rocky, but this week I figured it out.
Yeah, I mean, I can attest to that. It's definitely a little rocky. Our boy Paps wants to know, did MZ turn into a case of PBR? He's infinitely more likable. Yeah.
Yes, and Ray's getting me under the table all night long.
Like down there.
Our pal Don Fauci says, I madballed an 87-year-old for some Keebler fudge stripes on Tuesday.
Oh, Madball's a sick band.
Yeah.
Old school stuff. Hold It Down. That fucking record's killer.
Oh, you know what? One thing I was actually gonna I was gonna bring this up later, but obviously we had there was a big loss in the horror community. This just a couple days ago now, and I was hoping that MZ and maybe Bill you could talk a little bit about Stuart Gordon. Obviously, highly influential to especially cult cinema. Bill, I know you guys.
The OTC curse has struck again.
Yeah.
Did this past Monday we did Color Out of Space in that Cthulhu movie. So obviously we talked a lot about Stuart Gordon and Reanimator. We've got this uncanny knack for talking about directors and then having them pass away within like 48 hours of the show coming out.
Oh Jesus! You guys should stop the show.
Yeah, I mean we probably.
Why do we have him on the show?
Yeah, you're like Angel Lansbury. Everywhere you go, there's death.
Bill by murder Bill wrote.
Next.
Oh shit!
No, I mean I was a huge Stuart Gordon fan. I actually have a signed Reanimator Anchor Bay 2-disc collector that he did an in-store when my wife used to work. Melissa used to be the Borders events coordinator, so he did a signing at one of their stores, and she had him do one of the Reanimator collector's edition packs for me. So that's like one of my prized possessions.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, our boy Pabst chimes in, says, I've got From Beyond in the background right now. A big loss for the horror community.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, and the thing with Stuart Gordon, I mean, he's obviously best known for his work on like the Lovecraft adaptations that he did. And he should be, because Reanimator is still, is probably the best Lovecraft adaptation that's been done. But I mean, some of that other stuff he did. What was that movie he did a couple years ago? Like, it was probably his most recent one, where had the chick from American Pie and like the guy stuck in the windshield of the car.
Prodigy.
The movie
was it?
Stuck.
Stuck. Yeah, Stuck.
Oh, Stuck. Okay.
That's a good movie. Yeah, it's based on a true story.
Yeah, based on a true story, as you can see. Based on a true story. I mean, but like he was killer, right? I mean, right up to the end. Some of his stuff is hokey, but like, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he also did, don't forget, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, the TV show.
Wait,
This
what?
is
Man,
true.
I don't think about that.
USA Network?
What's that?
For the USA Network?
I don't recall, but he did.
Everyone needs a check.
Yeah. Oh, fair.
He did the episode "Honey, Let's Trick or Treat," so it was very appropriate.
I remember that. I remember that show because they had the poor man's Rick Moranis, Peter Scolari.
Oh my God!
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Peter Scolari took Moranis' place. Yeah. It's funny because like a lot of like our good quality horror and cult directors, like Gordon he didn't do that many movies. He only did like 25 between 20 and 25 movies, if I'm remembering right. But like,
Not even, I don't think.
hang on, let me look it up.
No, he's got 21 to his credit. And some are
21,
some are shorts and TV stuff. So.
Oh yeah, because he did a lot of it. He did like a Fear. He did like a Fear Itself episode, I think, and some of that stuff. Masters of Horror, Fear Itself, I think a couple of those. But he did the Christopher Lambert movie,
Fortress.
in '92, which is a definitely a guilty pleasure.
Oh yeah, that movie's pretty outstanding.
Robot Jocks. He did Robot Jocks. What else?
Really? Yeah.
Ro-
Shit.
Ro-
He did Dolls, right? Did he do Dolls?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah. All right,
And
yeah, killer.
Rover.
Top 10.
He did Rover
Top
Jocks.
Top 5 right here. From Beyond, Dolls,
Yeah.
Robot Jocks, Fortress, Reanimator.
All right, I'll
5-1.
I'll accept that. Yeah, but it's too bad. I mean, obviously I didn't hear what the not that it really matters. I don't know what caused it. I don't know if he had underlying issues that were there or what it was.
He
But
wasn't super old. He was like what, like
72, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was no talk that he had the virus, right? There wasn't. I feel like that would have came out right away if he had contracted coronavirus.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, there was no talk of that.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Our boy Dr. Chris says, I met Stuart at Necronomicon and got to sit with him and his wife to watch Dagon. It was a running commentary through the movie with him. That must have been pretty cool.
Dagon's terrible though.
Yeah, Dagon is. I mean, it has its fans, and I can understand why, because it's Lovecraft, because it's Gordon, and it certainly has its fan base. I was never really overly thrilled with it.
I agree.
But again, Reanimator, From Beyond. I mean, I'll even take Dolls over Dagon, because Dolls to me, Dolls plays it very, very safe. It's an okay movie if you're like 13, 14 years old and you're just starting to watch horror films.
It makes it double play with children shouldn't play with dead things.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
He did a Pit in the Pendulum movie too, didn't he?
Wait,
With Holmes.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
was that Full Moon?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, Full Moon. Yeah, that was a Full Moon project. Yeah.
I love that movie because there was a beautiful, lovely in that had an effect on you. Shadow.
A little.
Castle Freak. Castle Freak.
Castle
Which
Freak.
is-
I forgot about that one too.
I'm trying to
I like that movie.
trying to think
Those
of
movies-
which lovely that was, Raven Shadow.
I feel like Stuart Gordon is definitely that, like, if you were into like Blockbuster, like all his films were in Blockbuster, and if you came in there looking for horror movies, you probably rented a lot of his stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's a big loss. We may talk about him a little bit more. I know our next guest, Steven Scarlatta, also was a big fan of his, so we might talk a little bit more
That
about
guy, Steve Scarlata, that guy fucking sucks.
That's not nice, Bill.
Whatever.
That's your boy from way back.
I put him in a documentary. He didn't
I
even say
know.
a thing.
I think we need to have a cage match between these two motherfuckers
Oh,
for the Patreon.
No, I kid. I love Scarlata. Scarlata legitimately like one of my favorite people. His interview, I know I've said it before, but like I want to just release his interview like uncut because we had so much fun with that dude.
Honestly, and you know, there was you guys got some great interviews. I have to say that I think the most engaging one for me, and obviously because maybe I'm a little biased because I know him was Scarlata. Like that dude, I just love listening to that dude talk about film and hearing him just talking. It was such a treat. So I think he was a huge boon for you guys to have in that because he was
for sure.
he was phenomenal. Yeah.
He was one of the first phone calls I made when we were doing it because he had been through the documentary process with NYHC and then obviously had a go of it with Jodorowsky's Dune. So I kind of reached out to him early on when was like, hey man, number one, I want to interview you for this, and then number two, I need some advice. And he was like, could not have been more helpful and true friend and a really good guy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I got a chance to meet him when I went out to Long Beach for New Japan a few years ago, and it was awesome. Just such a great guy, and he's even cooler in person. Such a sweet dude. So yeah, we're looking forward to having him on, and I know he's been doing a lot since the last time we had him on. It's been a while now. I think over a year, maybe even two.
He's doing, man, is killing it.
I know. It's
Must be nice.
yeah, I know.
Must be nice.
Here we are. I mean, you guys are probably even bigger than us, but like here we are,
I
just kind of
count on them. And every time I check the stats, they're less than they were the week before.
just kind of like just going through the motions and doing it and having fun. But
It's got to be a point where I'm just going to be like, all right, those 5 people don't care that much.
oh, come on. But no, it's looking forward to it. And I can't think of a sort of a better sort of connection of having you and Steven on the show. Obviously we had some other sort of irons in the fire, but we were hoping to get a few more guests, but because of everything going on, it really made things a little bit crazy and a little bit hectic. So
It shouldn't. Everyone's just home doing nothing.
well, I know that's the thing. Yeah, like people are just doing nothing, but I think people are just afraid to even have fun or something. I don't know. So things are a little crazy though. So, well, we are going to take a break in just a moment here, Bill. So once again, let people know where they can find all of your stuff, especially the Indiegogo. That's the big one, and also where they can check out Safe Spaces as well.
So the Indiegogo, if you just go to Indiegogo and search Don't Forget to Leave, or if you were a supporter of Survival of the Film Freaks, just go there and click on my name, and then it shows up under my campaigns. Or follow me on Instagram at OTC Bill. If you want to follow Don't Forget to Leave on Instagram or Twitter. It's at Don't Forget to Leave _DOC. Trying to think. Or Facebook, anywhere you can find me. I'm sure I'm posting hundreds of links to it everywhere. And then Safer Spaces, it's world premiere. This is the world premiere. Nobody outside of the inner circle has seen it. Not even Sammy Guevara. So,
Nice.
yeah, you like that? You like that? He's a Spanish god, man. Go to stageit.com, do a search for Safer Spaces, and it's next Monday at 8 p.m. It streams right through the site. I'll be on to do an intro, and then we're going to do a Q&A with Shauna afterwards. And if you've never heard War on Women and you're into like hardcore punk stuff, look them up. They're on Bridge 9 Records. They have 2 full lengths, an EP, and then a couple of singles. And they're currently working on a new record for Bridge 9 Records. It'll be released hopefully in the summer. if that's the plan. But Safer Spaces is the name of it, and you just look it up on stageit.com.
Nice. So everyone go check that stuff out. And, we know times are tough, and, but so it's also tough for creators right now, like especially Bill's trying to get this thing off the ground, and people are worried about paying rent, rightfully so. But there are some people out there that are in good positions and aren't being affected necessarily because they can work from home or whatever. So, if some of those folks out there have a little bit extra and they're looking to support, and you can even get an executive producer credit, right, Bill? Is that one of the tiers?
Producer credit. Yeah, we actually, if you're interested in coming on board and working on the film itself, $1,000 to become an associate producer. We've sold one of those, which is awesome. And you will literally have a hand in the making of the movie, mostly in terms of like we'll send you the prints as we're going, and looking for feedback and looking for ideas, and getting involved really, any way you can.
Yeah, that's badass for the people who out there who, they want to be a producer and they don't know how. Like, here's your fucking chance. If you have a little bit of extra money kicking around and you want to be a producer, go for it, man. You get a credit. That's fucking awesome, and you can help contribute.
Yeah, you can look at it as like your first company, maybe not your first, but like as a job, because that's what a lot of producers do is they come in and they're the ones that do the work. So you put money into it up front, and things pay off on the on the backside. And we want to, and it's like a real associate producer credit too. It's not. I see a lot of movies that just like essentially you can buy yourself a credit. Well, no, we're gonna make you work, but it'll be worth it. I promise.
There you go. So everyone go check that out, Bill. Man, we love you, dude. And
I love you guys.
We appreciate you coming on and just hanging out with us for a bit and doing this. And it's always great to have you on for these. I mean, it's always great just to have you on anyways, but for the milestone episodes, it seems like it's a little extra special. So we appreciate it, man.
No, yeah, and I appreciate all the support you guys have given over the years, and hopefully we'll be able to get together and watch wrestling again together some in the near future.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was a blast coming for Rumble, and I'm glad we were able to mostly surprise you guys.
Completely surprised me, man. I was so happy when I opened that door and you guys were standing there.
Well, when Raven Shadow and I were outside, you guys saw us through the window, and then we heard you go, "Oh, it's Raven Shadow and Wolf and Wolfenstein," and we're like, "Shit, we forgot about the window."
Well, because we weren't expecting anyone. Like, did somebody order a pizza or something? That I would through the things, and I see the two of you, and but I was happy. It was kind of my wife had been traveling a lot, so I was kind of lonely, and it was nice to have everyone together.
Yeah, we snuggled.
Oh, Bill, can I say that was an amazing spread, dude?
What I don't even remember what I did. What did I do?
I'm still
routine.
Oh yeah, there was the pizza was flowing. There was all kinds of goodies. There's buffalo chicken, something that I enjoyed.
Oh, yeah, we got that. Oh yeah, we did the calzones. We did the pizzas. Oh. My dog humped the shit out of your leg. It was great.
Inappropriate. I mean,
that was
okay.
memory.
Yeah, well, I mean, since you weren't there, Zero, Bark took the town on Raven Shadow.
Yeah, he had hit somebody up.
I definitely would have been there this year, but I had to work the following morning, and there was no going to be able to function. Getting home at like 1:00 in the morning, and then having to get up at 5. So
it's hard to do a wrestling, eat food, and sit down.
Seriously, yeah.
And then drive home.
You'll be at the next one. Well, SummerSlam's in Boston this year, so we'll see what happens.
And you know what? Just to repay the favor, I'll hump Mark Wahlberg's leg. Okay.
Good that man. Good luck with that.
You'll get arrested for that. You can't do that.
Mark is Chewbacca.
I don't need luck. I just need a grip.
All right, I know you guys got to get to Scarlotta. Make sure you tell him.
Okay.
That Bill said hi.
Okay.
And if you don't fucking tell him that, I will kill everyone.
Well, I know he's listening because he actually said he's like all right. Well, I'm not going to look as badass as Bill with those big headphones on. So.
I owe Scarlotta this because it's like I'm using like professional equipment now and stuff. So it's like it's because of him. I love Scarlotta. I got to get him on OTC again soon too, because he's legitimately one of my favorite people.
He'll bring up the real estate on our podcast. So
Sure. You're gonna get all that Fangoria money or whatever. Fucking whoever's backing the show this week.
yeah, exactly.
See him up with the Shockwaves people, and
I
like
know.
I'm like, come on, man.
I know. It's awesome. It's good for you. I love that dude. So, all right, Bill, thanks again, man. We appreciate it. And Raven Shadow, why don't you just, take us out to the break here. You can say whatever you want. We're not watching a movie. Say whatever you want.
It's a movie. I was, I just deemed.
You're just confused as fuck right now.
Well, it wasn't. So you said that, and you pointed out my insecurities. I got enough medical problems as it is.
Oh,
I'm
Jesus
home alone. It's
fuck.
me and Ollie. So many fucking 30 racks.
What are you doing to the dog?
Oh no, he's fine. He's fine. No, I'm giving him his. We're having snacks. We're watching.
You're giving him what?
What?
Oh,
I don't know.
Christ.
He gets his dream bone. It's an alternative to Naugahyde or Rawhide. What's it? No, Rawhide.
Rawhide.
Naugahyde.
God.
Don't give me dogs Naugahyde.
You're rawhiding the dog? What the fuck?
Eric's is so fucking rude.
Have we met?
Fuck. So no, I think it's very important. I'm gonna check out some outside the cinema. I'm gonna watch Survival: The Phil Freaks, available on
The Phil?
DVD.
The Phil Freaks?
Yeah, Philly Freaks.
Oh.
I'm trying to plug your fucking DVD. Survival of the
Yeah, well, it's on Amazon Prime now, and it's included in Prime, so you don't even need to hold the DVD. You can just throw the DVD away. It's fine.
Poor
You think this motherfucker has Prime?
Yeah, just he didn't know
What
it.
the fuck it is? He thinks you're talking about Optimus right now.
Yeah, I like the Transformers, kid. The Transformers are tight. I really like the Dinobots, though. Let me tell you.
I feel like I'm on Themyscira with the Amazons and the Brazilians. I don't know what's happening. Oh, man. What's
This is what you get for just letting him talk.
I know. All right, wrap it up, Raven Shadow. Say bye to Bill.
All right, I'm gonna call Kyle. Big Bill. And what's Mr. Chris doing? All right, no, check out OTC and whatever the fuck they're doing. And Bill, I love you, kid. I'm gonna give you a hug and a kiss.
Down
We have
boys,
Cure.
down boys for life.
Boys for life, baby. I get my shirt, but they yell at me for going in the closet to get it. I can see it from here. But Bill, just so you
Bill,
know,
I'm wearing it.
I appreciate it.
Survival of the Film Freaks, anyways.
FTC on too.
wow, all this love.
I love it.
Better strap on.
All right, somebody hang up on me. Just
All right,
hang up on
all
me.
right, Bill. See you, man.
The following message is a paid advertisement for the Cult of Muscle podcast. The Cult of Muscle. You're either in it or you're dead.
It's the dawning of a new age. The halls of Valhalla have been shuttered. The heroes of yore have either retreated to the shadows or taken to capering for the amusement of the small folk. Their past glories a distant memory. The barbells have been torn from their once puma-strong grips. The beards shorn from their square jaws, only to be transplanted onto flannel-clad, puny weaklings with fingers barely powerful enough to strum a ukulele. The time has come, my brothers, to restore order from the chaos. No longer will our heroes be forgotten. No longer will their great deeds be viewed through a foggy lens of irony. Hear now our rallying cry as we scream it from the mountaintops, as we bellow it from iTunes and Libsyn and Facebook. It's time to join the cult, my brothers. So don your cloaks and enter the Cult of Muscle.
I'm Alex West.
And I'm Andrea Subasati, and we're from the Faculty of Horror podcast.
And you're listening to Trick or Treat Radio. Oh, delicious nerds. Ms. M knows you like to chat it up with other sexy shut-ins about comics, movies, video games, and your favorite TV shows. If that sounds like you, cuddle up to the Trick or Treat Radio Facebook group, or the FIB. That stands for Fan Interaction Board. Just go to Facebook and search for Trick or Treat Radio and have more fun than a Jedi at a lightsaber sale. Not enough? Watch us on YouTube, The Deadites TV, all one word. Last but not least, check out the world's most dangerous talk radio show, Trick or Treat Radio, at trickortreatradio.com.
Thank you guys for having me on. It's a blast. You guys are awesome.
Thank you so much.
And, Trick or Treat Radio, man. That's where it's at. That's the new Fangoria Radio. Is Trick or Treat Radio?
Oh,
Don't say that.
That's like, you really put us under.
It's like swearing in church. Huh?
You just jinxed us.
Yeah. you put a lot on our shoulders just now.
Well, we can strive for
You
greatness.
guys are awesome.
Yeah,
you really are. You got
say
a
that
great
again
show.
slowly.
We have returned on Trick or Treat Radio, and that was strangely a seamless transition from guests. So now we are joined. I'm so happy to see you, man. This is awesome. It's the first time we've ever done video, but we are joined by Steven Scarlatta. How's it going, man?
I'm doing all right, man. How about you guys?
We're doing great, man. I mean, all things considered, obviously.
Yeah.
So this is really cool, man. I don't know if you heard in the changeover there right before we ended, but Bill wanted us to say hello to you. So.
Oh, right on. I love Bill.
He said the same about you. So.
Right on.
But it's been too long. I can't remember the last time we had you on, but I'm thinking it's probably upwards of like almost 2 years at this point. So it's been a while, but we've had you on several times. You've been on for some of some of the most fun episodes. Hopefully that's not coronavirus there, Steven.
Dude, it's the first time I started coughing today all of a sudden. Oh my God. As soon as we go on air, I start coughing.
Yeah, of course.
You're allergic to MC.
Yeah, he's allergic to MZ. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So since we last had you on, it's been a while, and I believe last time we had you on, I don't think you had started the podcast, but as of right now, you have a fucking huge podcast, Best Movies Never Made. You're doing the show with Josh Miller, who is also a screenwriter as well, just like you. And you guys have been you guys do live shows, and you guys are just all over the place. You guys are blowing up, and I couldn't be more happy, man. So I'm really excited to talk a little bit more about the podcast. So if people out there have never heard the show, go check out Best Movies Never Made. It's such a great show. So, Steven, tell for people who haven't heard about it, talk a little bit about the show, about how it came to be and all that.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I became, Josh Miller, my co-host, we've been a part of a couple of different, I don't know if they're called movie clubs, just like gathering of people that watch movies together. So usually sometimes I watch movies with Joe Begos and his partner Josh Ethier, and Josh joins us over there. And then sometimes I watch movies with like Rob G, and he joins us as well. So we've been kind of together with these movie groups, and we just became friends. And he's very interested in movies that weren't made. And so I used to work for Mark Altman back in the day for this TV show Femme Fatales. And so he produces the show with Dean Devlin, reached out to me, and then I immediately brought Josh on. And it just came together like that. And it's been really cool because I've been listening to podcasts for years, especially like Outside the Cinema was probably like one of the first podcasts I was listening to.
Yeah.
And I always wanted to do one, and I never thought I would have anyone to do it with. And it just kind of came naturally to do it with Josh. And so it's been really cool. Been very humbled by the whole thing.
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, you guys are, obviously you guys are doing like live shows and stuff like that. And, I've seen you on like Shockwaves and some other shows and stuff like that. So, I mean, you guys are, it's definitely, I mean, obviously you have your film stuff going on as well, but it's nice to sort of have this other outlet and have, where you can just kind of talk about the shit that you love. And that's what you're doing, man.
Oh, dude. And it's like, I have so many freaking scripts of unmade movies I collected throughout the years. And so now lots of times it's like, oh, now I have a good reason to read this thing, which I've been really excited about to dig into some of these because I've always had some and like thumbed through some. But like when we did that Empire Strikes Back episode, I always wanted to read that script, and I finally got, I finally get to read them and dig into them and get to go to the library more, which is like my favorite thing to do. Plus, like, because I always love seeing what's on the surface, and then I just love to go deeper and see what I could find that's already out there. I always want to find like stuff that no one else is talking about, or nothing that's not on the printed page, or prove the printed page wrong. That's like my favorite thing. So
I imagine it can be difficult because, I mean, with a show like this, I mean, these are films, obviously the information is probably not readily available, and you probably have to dig and find some stuff. And yeah, I mean, it's such a cool topic, and obviously it's something that's near and dear to your heart, I would imagine, because of Jodorowsky's Dune. You made a documentary about one of the great unmade films. So, obviously it's right in your wheelhouse. And when I saw that you were doing this, I was like, holy shit, this is like perfect for you, man.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, like you said, like ever since Jodorowsky's Dune, there's so many more I'd love to make, but I guess also not everything could be a movie. So some of these cases, like you also learned, there's not a lot of concept art that exists for a lot of projects. And so, yeah, you're right. A lot of this stuff going in, it's like sometimes it's just a script, because it didn't even get to a certain stage, where they even did anything like that. But I'm always happy to have the guests on. Like we had Fred Decker come on to talk about Johnny Quest, and that's been a project I've been fascinated with. And then when you read it and you're like, oh my God, it would have been, all these projects would have just been, a lot of these projects would have been like insane if we would have had it, or like what would have happened if like what kind of ripple effect would have happened with some of this stuff.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, that's, and it's cool that you guys, I mean, obviously you have the connections too, where you can kind of make that happen and, reach out to some of the people who may have been involved or would have been involved, so it's a great, resource, and you're in a great place to be able to do it. So it's great, man. It's so people.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. People who haven't checked it out, you guys got to go check it out. It's such a great show. For people who may not have heard, Steve, what are some of the films that you guys have discussed over the years, or since you've been doing the show? That is,
some of them. Well, I'll say one thing. Check out the episode. I mean, some people could check out the episode. If you're a horror fan, check out the latest one we did on this Friday the 13th that David Bruckner was going to make. I had no idea how. Like, you can find the script online, and it is phenomenal. It was like the Friday the 13th that. It would have been the follow-up to the Michael Bay one we had.
Yeah.
And it was done. Oh my God. It blows my mind because usually every Friday the 13th movie, like the climax always takes place in the dark, in the rain, at night. This was like the first one where it was all going to take place from the morning until night. And it was terrifying having this guy, having Jason chase these kids around during the daytime. It was like shocking how well, I mean, I was blown away by this script and by the kills and by how like surprising it was. And we just did that's a 4-parter on Spider-Man. of like, you know, the script that Tobe Hooper would have made, but
yeah.
And we also did we had some cool ones. We also had like Joe Begos and Josh Ethier came on to discuss Commando 2, which would have been we would have got that instead of Twins, you know, like it hurts, right? Twins or Commando 2, which one do you want?
Jesus Christ, man.
You know, it was insane, man. Like
wow.
And we also had like a cool one was we had trying to think. We recently had Jack Bennett come on because he did that documentary about Galaxy Quest.
Yeah.
And we discussed this really dark version of Galaxy Quest, the first draft of it, which was completely different. And we also had again, Fred Decker came on to talk about his Godzilla that we would have got in like the mid 80s. That was in 3D. And again, it was just a blast, this script. Like Godzilla grabbing a train and using it as a baseball bat against jets. Like some amazing sequences. And so, and the other one, the craziest one was Jurassic Park 4. That's a great one to check out because they turn like the raptors into soldiers, those little spitting dinosaurs from the first one. Like they just get like a little platoon of dinosaurs and with weapons. It's pretty fantastic. It was written by John Sayles.
Holy shit.
So yeah, it's been a lot of fun ones, I gotta say. A lot of we had a lot of cool guests. We also had like Neil Marshall came on and he talked about this like Excalibur sequel he was going to do, like, you know, what happens after Excalibur, and he wrote like a sequel to it that was really freaking cool, you know. And so I'm trying to, there was one more is the William Malone came on and he talked about this movie called Dead Star, which H.R. Giger designed the alien for, and it pretty much was Event Horizon, but it would have came out much earlier, but more with Giger designs, and it's pretty much about aliens that create a machine that can pretty much take you into hell, and that's what happens. And it was really another fun one. And we did, by the way, one more. We did a really fun Jason versus Freddy episode with Rob G from Shockwaves, and we get into like all these different versions, and that one's a trip because I kept thinking like we could have got our first Freddy vs. Jason movie in 1993, and imagine if that got made in 93 and what the rest of the 90s would have looked like with those two icons, you know?
No kidding. Holy shit. Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's funny because you think about it and you just think like, oh yeah, like there's probably a handful, but I mean, you guys are covering like pretty much like films that even just had a script. Like they may not have even had any money thrown towards it other than that, right?
Yeah. Lots of, there's a few cases of that. I guess it's like, it's interesting how we've been picking them in a way. You know, come to think of it, I'm looking at the list right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Captain Starshine was a script, but there was no concept art. But then it got turned into a totally different script, you know. Let me see. Yeah, like at the Mountains of Madness, there wasn't really any concept art that there was some concept art, very limited, but not a lot.
Yeah.
Or some of this concept art, like we had Mick Garris come on to discuss Clive Barker's The Mummy, and there's maybe just like a couple of drawings of that, and that's it. That survived that. And I mean, surprisingly, the Jurassic Park 4, go online and Google it, you'll see freaking hybrid dinosaurs, but they weren't in the draft we read. That's from a totally different thing. I'm still trying to track that down.
And are you guys staying clear of ones that have had, enough sort of like, for instance, like the Kevin Smith Superman? Like, is that something you guys will cover, or is that something that's been covered enough?
Yeah, to be honest, I guess maybe if we get a guest, but I thought John's documentary kind of covered that. Like, it's kind of feels weird to touch that one just because he did such a great job with that documentary. So,
Yeah,
Now,
that's kind of what I figured.
Is there any like rumors or just little bit of tidbits that you've heard that you wish there was more that you could actually do a whole episode on?
Oh, well, what do you mean? Like a certain? I'm sorry.
Like are there any just like you've only heard like a little bit of a snippet of whatever that there isn't more that doesn't justify a whole episode that you wish there was more that you could explore?
Oh, yeah, I come across like a lot of weird like. Yeah, I go through a lot of Fangorias, and you always come across like little weird like log lines. Like there was like for a second there, they were toying with a Hills Have Eyes Part 3. This is not not the latest Hills Have Eyes, but
Michael Berryman.
Yes, that one. But the third part was going to be about like a luxury, like spaceship liner that crashes on an island, that crashes on a planet full of those guys, And so that was like, I was like, whoa, what? But I can't find nothing on that, It's like, but I mean, I guess they scrapped that idea probably because it's too big budget or anything. And then eventually, that movie, The Outpost, is that what it was? No, Mind Ripper came out, and that was kind of what Hills Have Eyes 3 turned into eventually.
Gotcha.
But yeah, that one I've always been fascinated with. There's Van Damme was supposed to go up against the Abominable Snowman. This movie called
Sold.
that was.
Yeah. I'm sold right there.
Yeah, I'm upset.
How did that not get made?
Oh, dude, it was like right around the time of Time Cop and all that. So it was like prime Van Damme. It would have been amazing. I remember I kept track of that movie forever, and it just disappeared, and it broke my heart. I was like,
that's kind of interesting, Steven. Like I remember reading like in the age of like, Fangoria, Starlog. I'm a big comic fan, so I used to read Comic Scene back in the day, and they
right on. Yeah.
The last 2 pages would be properties, talking about like Arnold Schwarzenegger was in talks to play Sergeant Rock, or the James Cameron script for a Spider-Man picture, which was wild and out of control. Shannon Tweet playing Delta 10, obscure, comic series, and they would just have these little blurbs. We're like, it's going to be a movie. Oh shit! I should start reading that comic, and it never happened. You know what I mean? So I think what Aries was saying, like those little blurbs of
anything that like progressed beyond that the rumor mill in the back of the magazines that you get a little excited about. That's. I mean, someone like you that really just dives into this world that of all this shit that could have been like that. I'm fascinated by what excites you that you only heard a little bit about, that you wish that where we wish that the movie was made. You wish that a script was made or the art was made that you could talk about.
Yeah, there's. I'm trying to think. That's a good question, because man, there was so much. Because sometimes stuff is probably like rumored, and I guess just they're in talks and it just never goes through. Type things. Like I'm trying to think. Like because that's a very good question. I'm trying to think of what I'm obsessed with that. There's like very, very little of. It's a very good. Oh, there was this. Do you remember those airport movies from like the late 70s and early 80s? There was like Airport 77, and then there was the Concorde.
Yeah.
They were gonna do. I found a blurb of one called Airport. It was like 82. It was Airport 82 UFO, and I've been like fast. Like what is that even? And I can't find nothing on that one. Nothing.
That sounds more like a sequel to Airplane than a sequel to the serious movies that happened.
But those movies are like so serious disaster pictures, and like how are they going to spin that? I wonder, with like a cat, like with a crazy big cast, or
even more towering Inferno. Like
no, exactly. I'm trying to think. What else was there? Man, I'm trying to like at one point. what was it? It was like, yeah, I'm looking at it right now, it was like Fangoria reported that Tarantino and Lawrence Bender were going to produce Halloween 6. And I remember like reading that when it came out, but I bet that was all just and they wanted to get Donald Pleasance back. But, you know, I've always tried to find stuff like that. Let me see. What else do I have over here? Do I have anything else? Don't want to bring your show to a halt.
No. It's super interesting. Go ahead, MZ.
Yeah.
MZ, go ahead. I know you haven't spoken, so go ahead, MZ.
Yeah, there were 3 movies that's on my mind when it comes to, you know, scripts just not making it to the screen. One of them was Last House on the Left 2.
Okay.
Last House on the Left 2, Cannibals, which is a direct sequel to Cannibal Holocaust, and also Son of El Topo.
Yes. That's interesting. The Cannibal, like, I know which one you're talking about, Cannibals, and then it had another title called Cannibal Fury. That the Cannibal Holocaust one, because they ended up doing Cut and Run as a Cannibal Holocaust sequel, and then they were supposed to do Cannibal Fury, which the one you're talking about is well, Cannibal, and that never happened. I haven't found much about that, but I did find I did end up finding like a Variety promo ad for it, but it was just the lettering, you know. Even that, I'm like, oh, you know, the cool. Yeah, Sons of El Topo I'm very fascinated by, because he almost got that made in the 90s, and Marilyn Manson was attached for a while there to it. And it was lingering on IMDb for a while, and then it just kind of disappeared. And they released a comic. I don't know if the second issue ever came out, but they did turn the script, one of the scripts. There is a few versions of that script. I have one. I haven't read it, and then I know it wasn't. Then it went under a different title, but they turned one of them into a graphic novel. And what was the other one you mentioned? I'm sorry. On
the Left 2.
Last House on the Left 2. There's like, if you have like if you have access to Fangoria's in the issue where it's Friday the 13th Part 5. Yeah, that director was attached to it, and he kind of talks about it briefly in there. And one of the pitches I heard for that one was that like David Hess's character like pretty much crawls out of hell. That was like one of the explanations. But yeah, they were for a second there. And there was another thing on that one. I'm trying to remember. What was that? Last House on the Left 2. Yeah, because I am very fascinated by that one. There is, again, that one had another like Variety ad for it that was in pre-production. And yeah, it was going to be the director of Friday the 13th Part 5. I'm kind of spacing on what the other plot was for that one. Or I could be wrong, but anyway, I've actually tried to hunt some of that stuff down too for Last House on the Left too. What was interesting is that in the 70s, that movie Messiah of Evil, when they re-released it under the title Last House on the Left 2. So it's kind of cool. Like I found like a bunch of newspaper ads that said Last House on the Left 2, but it wasn't that movie. They were just trying to get off of it.
That's pretty interesting. It's crazy. We have actually a bunch of people in the chat room. We're throwing some out there too. I'll name a bunch, Stephen. You don't have to comment on all of them, but if any of them resonate with you, Craven's Dream Warrior script was incredible. Says our boy Anthony. He also says Dennis Etchinson's Halloween 4 unused script was pretty wild as well.
I haven't read that one. I've been dying to read that one. But yeah, Craven's Nightmare 3 is really interesting because they all have like different power. Like, you know, like the chick that's a badass with the switchblades. I believe she could breathe fire in that one. There's a lot of really cool differences in that one. And not to pitch my documentaries on movie novelizations. If you pick up the movie novelization for Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3, you could read that. You could read what the original idea for that script was in there.
That's crazy. I'll definitely. I didn't even know that it existed, so I'm super curious about that. It's a bummer. Yeah, Our boy First Time Mike says, I have a book on full moon films that talk about a bunch of full moon sequels that were never made, like alternative Puppet Master movies and Dr. Mordred sequels and stuff.
Oh, that's a trip. Yeah, who was I just listening to? Was attached. It was a yeah, man. There's a bunch with that company. It's kind of like endless. I would like to check that book out because I do like the Puppet Master movies. I do like the second, third, and fourth one. Was it the third and fourth are kind of attached? If you watch. No. Part 3 is the one where they go into the war, right? 4 and 5 are strangely attached, and they're directed by Jeff Burr. They're a lot of fun, those two. But 2 is really good. But I'd actually like to read that. I don't know much about the alternative Puppet Masters, but I like that franchise up until like part 5 or 6, and then I'm pretty good with the rest of them. Got to try them.
Yeah, if First Time Mike, if he's still listening, if you could maybe just toss, I don't know if you know the title of the book, but if you can toss the title of the book so we can let Steven know so he can look it up.
There was a Charles Band one called Decapitron, I believe. It was going to be like a pretty big budget about this robot that keeps switching these strange heads. Like one had like each head had all kinds of weaponry. Yeah. I believe you can like Google search it and you'll find some images of each helmet and what kind of weaponry they had on it. It looked pretty dope, actually. Yeah. That was one Charles Band. There was another Charles Band one. There actually, isn't there like a movie he made called Pulse Pounders and it never came out? That one I've been fascinated to watch as well.
I'm not familiar with that one, but I mean, Charles Band obviously has a pretty extensive history of things, so I'm sure. Yeah. I'm sure that's out there. But yeah, it was Pulse Pounders 1988 anthology film. Yeah.
Yeah, it hasn't come. I mean, I've been watching the what the fuck's that movie called? Rage War, The Dungeon Master. I've been watching that the last few nights. Pure madness, but I love that era.
Yeah, that's a crazy time for film. There's another one. Evil Corny mentioned the whole Rob Liefeld having a film with Spielberg called Doom 4 and also The Mark with Will Smith.
Yes, I remember that too.
The Mark with Will Smith. Wait, what was the other one?
I guess it was Rob Liefeld was going to do a film with Steven Spielberg called Doom 4. Is that? Am I reading that
4?
Right?
Yeah. It wasn't a comic property originally, but it was one of those things where he was adapting. I think he was still with Image. Doom's 4 and The Mark. That was one of those things where maybe
Doom's 4, like Roman numeral 4. Okay, gotcha.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I unfortunately you stumped me with those two. I don't know much about those two, unfortunately.
Yeah,
and that brings to me the poster they made of Brigitte Nielsen as She-Hulk. When they did her up in like weird green makeup and some weird like Vampirella green spandex, and there was like promotional art for it. But
it's so bizarre, isn't it? Yeah. That would have New World Pictures was going to put that one out.
Yeah, on paper it was like this is going to be awesome, and it never happened.
Yeah, it's crazy. For a second there in the early 90s, there was a lot of like Marvel properties.
Yeah.
I think Joe Zito, I have the script. Joe Zito, I mean, unfortunately, he really wanted to make Spider-Man, and because he had Invasion USA was a hit, and Missing in Action 2 was a hit. He became Canon's #1 guy, so he's the one who got this, kind of nudged Tobe Hooper off of Spider-Man, and he got the job. And he really did put like a lot of effort in getting Spider-Man made. And then he jumped onto Doctor Strange in like the late 80s also. And that would have been interesting as well. There was like a bunch of like Marvel properties that we didn't get even early on. Of course, like Wesley Snipes, like Black Panther and stuff like that. There was like, I have a whole list somewhere. I've been collecting those because I'm finding them all so very fascinating, I mean, all this was like right before Albert Pune's Captain America movie, which is very bizarre, especially that director. director's cut.
Yeah, no kidding. Raven Shadow, was that around the time that Marvel was going bankrupt?
No.
Was it
I
just
mean,
prior.
it was. I mean, Marvel didn't go bankrupt till post or Image. So I mean, that was after the Image guys left. But the Albert Pune cap came out, and I remember seeing actually our local theater, our big theater in those days was Showcase downtown. I remember actually seeing a poster. It was just a cap shield, and it had a date, but it never happened. And that was a weird thing where you had, fucking one of the jocks from Revenge of the Nerds as Captain America, and he didn't.
Yes.
It was Salinger's son. It was Catcher in the Rye's son. Turns out, who was the actor. But Cap even had like rubber ears, like he had fake ears on his suit. And for some reason, the Red Skull was a German Nazi, became an Italian fascist for no reason at all. And Cap was hardly ever in the suit. And it was kind of in that era where you would downplay the superhero tropes. Like actually, the Punisher film with Dolph Lundgren and Lou Gossett Jr. is truly not that bad.
I like that movie.
Yeah, it's not terrible,
but it's not good.
But you could,
I know it's not good.
You could Punisher T-shirt, like you could like.
No, the only Punisher thing was the fucking daggers in the goddamn
right,
thing.
Right.
I mean, you say that it's not when Marvel was going bankrupt, but they really weren't fighting the fact that they're about to go bankrupt with these fucking movies.
But it was more when they were selling off their licenses, unlike Warner Brothers, who owned all the archives. They could use everybody, and they didn't cross promote. But Marvel would sell off snippets of their.
Yeah, I mean they were trying to save themselves, but they were hurting themselves at the same time.
Right, and it was kind of that era of like we'll do a property, even down to like I remember marking out hard for the Trial of the Incredible Hulk that had Daredevil, Rex Smith from TV Street Hawk. Which I was a mark for Street Hawk.
I love the fact that you're the only person in the universe that knows who played that.
I'm pretty sure Steven does. Steven.
Would you have been able to pull that out of your ass right now?
That's freaking hilarious.
And his boy, that was his oracle was the motherfucker in Murphy Brown. Like he was the bald dude. Steven,
damn it.
Let's talk after. Motherfucker. Put me in the document.
Rex Smith.
It's called Virgin, a Love Story.
Yeah.
Oh shit. By the way, I just first time Mike linked me to that book, and just in case you weren't aware of the name, Stephen, it's called "It Came from the Video Aisle: Inside Charles Band's Full Moon Entertainment Studio."
Yeah, I gotta pick that up. I love Charles Band movies, and plus, like I said, there's so many he didn't make, so I'd love to definitely check that.
Yeah, that could be a treasure trove for sure.
Yeah, but we almost came close to getting like I have the script an X-Men movie in the late '80s. That would have just been strange as well. It's like a lot, and then I guess. The other one I wish we would have got also was around the same time when I was saying that Schwarzenegger was going to do Commando 2. He was up for Total Recall 2 and Conan 3, but we got like Terminator 2 instead of those, which was probably a good thing. So
yeah,
is pretty awesome. So, but I'm sorry, go.
Yeah, no, it's cool. There's but yeah, that is like that alone is a treasure trove. Basically the comic book movies that never happened, and especially in the 80s and 90s, like there's just a lot of shit there, like and just it's funny because it's an embarrassment of riches now, and looking back, I mean we had to Raven Shadow and Ares went to go see fucking Barbed Wire because there wasn't anything else out there. So,
which is strange. I like that movie. It's like it's so weird because it's like they didn't rip off. They based the whole script off of Casablanca. So it's like they wrapped the whole movie around a tight storyline. So I don't know. I find that I do like that movie, but I didn't read the comics. So unfortunately, I can't.
I didn't read the comic either, and it was just because it was a comic book movie I went to see it. But my God, that was atrocious. I don't care what it was based
Man,
on.
you-
Like,
Look at my Letterboxd account. I just talked about watching The Dungeon Master, dude. That's all I watch.
you know what? You know what? I love bad movies, but that is atrocious. I mean, I'll shit on the.
Actually, I don't think it's that bad. Seriously.
Really?
Aries,
Yeah.
you gotta rewatch it.
You know what? Maybe I will. I will rewatch it because I love the Captain America that we were talking of and the Punisher. Those are awful, but I will watch them and I love them.
Right.
But Bob Wire is just like, oh my god. Like,
But the best part of that story was that we told it on the air, but we had a connection. Well, Aries had a connection, and I'm friends with Aries, with the movie theater at the time. And let's just say we could see movies for free. And we went there, Aries and I, because we saw all comic book films. And Aries was like, well, I'm going to use my card to see free movies. And he's like, all right, listen, we'll show you the movie for free, but you got to stay to the end. Because we're working. And we're like, yeah, whatever the fuck. We'll watch the fucking movie for free. It will stay to the end. 15 minutes in, I go to Aries. I want to go. let's go to Denny's. Let's go to the bar.
we were the only two motherfuckers in the theater, and they're running it for free for us.
Yep.
Oh,
So
that's
it's
hilarious. No, I believe it. You know, I think, I watched it back then. I didn't want to watch it. And I strangely enjoyed it because, like I said, it takes from that other movie, that classic Hollywood movie. Then I recently watched it like on MGM or some bullshit. And I was surprised at how much I thought it held up. I like how the production design carried. It's like here's another terrible movie I love, which is Giant Mnemonic for some freaking reason. I love the Japanese cut. I
love that movie too.
And then here's another weird one. We almost had Val Kilmer as Giant Mnemonic, not
Really?
Keanu Reeves. He was the first choice, and there was actually variety ads that went out with Val Kilmer's name as the lead. But I do like Keanu, and I like that movie. It's a bad movie, but like, I don't know. It's a bad example I'm bringing up to compare Bob Wire to.
You know what?
They're both
Like,
not that
Giant
good,
Mnemonic,
but-
I think that's like
dated.
the era where Rollins was in every movie, where Henry Rollins every movie.
Yeah.
I think he's in that movie. It was just like he signed a deal. I'll be in every fucking movie made that year.
He was in that movie, yeah.
Yeah. And you know what? I am a Rollins fan, so if Rollins is in it, I fucking love it.
That's true. A story with the chase, right? It was like his.
The Chase. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Heat, Charlie.
Is it Heat?
Charlie and Christy Swanson. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, one of our first episodes was with Adam Rifkin, who directed that movie, and check out that episode because we go into his Planet of the Apes movie, which would have been amazing. It would have came out in the early '90s, and it was about the apes when they were going through like their Roman era, and they still had like machine guns and stuff like that. It sounded like phenomenal. It's like very heartbreaking story, but Adam Rifkin is like such one of the most underrated directors because he did The Chase. He did like when I was before getting into film school, I was obsessed with his movie The Dark Backward, and the dude is such an underrated like independent filmmaker, and he's like just still freaking making really interesting films. But that's one episode of my podcast I'd recommend checking out because he also wrote a Masters of the Universe movie that John Woo was going to direct.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
There's two sequels I wanted to see what came to mind, Stephen. Was one a Masters of the Universe, and the other would be, was there ever any development of a Remo Williams sequel?
You know what? I've always wanted to look into the Remo Williams sequels, and I haven't yet. So you might have pushed me into doing that. I would like to get the Destroyer novels. I'm curious about that too. I have yet. You know what? Next time I go to the library, I'm gonna look into that. Actually, it's a good one.
I just rewatched that with my girlfriend a few weeks ago. It's available on Tubi. Thank you. For free. And I remember watching that as a kid. I think most of us did. And watching it again, I think it still holds up. And I remember the Destroyer novels, and even Marvel Comics did some like large black and white adaptations of it as a kid. And I think it still holds up. That fight scene on the Statue of Liberty.
Oh, that's a great sequence. Yeah. And it's just, the score is like, it feels like it feels epic, that score too. It just feels like a big fun movie. I'm bummed, man. Fred Ward was so dope in that movie. You're right. A great leading man.
And we have a friend of ours who loves that. Who would love to have Fred Ward play Wolverine in the '80s. Like he thought he was really good version, and he's not entirely wrong, but he was great.
Yeah, I wonder who would have played him in the '80s. That's a good point. But yeah, Masters of the Universe 2. I don't think it would have been good because he wasn't. Albert Pune. What he was going to do was he was going to shoot the first half of Spider-Man, while the actor was kind of puny, and then he was going to cut production on Spider-Man, go shoot Masters of the Universe 2, while the Spider-Man actor bulked up to shoot the rest of Spider-Man, so he was more...
What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, but Masters of the Universe 2, Dolph wasn't going to be in it. He had someone else casted, which was the Surfer. He didn't really have any other acting roles. And it just really seemed like it was going to be like really low budget because that Spider-Man they were doing was super low budget because Masters of the Universe and like Superman bombed. Then they were like really slashing at that point. So Masters 2, unfortunately, and it was going to all take place like on Earth again. It was just like I think they were having a rough time. If we would have got that, I don't think it would have been that good, unfortunately. I mean, but like you, I wish we would have got the Adam Rifkin, John Woo Masters beside that one. But unfortunately that one. And then I don't know. It's always rumored that they did turn the sets into Cyborg, but
because not to cut you off, Steve, but I remember reading like a precursor to IMDb, but like Cyborg 2 was also AKA Master of the Universe Part 2.
Yeah, I wonder. I don't know. Oh, Cyborg 2 eventually came later on, but I think they ended up using the master sets to shoot Cyborg, like just deconstructing them a bit. That's what I've always heard. I tried. God, I interviewed Albert Pune once, and I tried to get to discussing Masters of the Universe 2 with him, and I never got there, and I'm so bummed because I had all these questions. Because I'm fascinated by that one too, But yeah, I'm not. But that's pretty much, I guess, how they got all those sets for Cyborg was because of Masters 2, and then they cut Spider-Man. They ditched it, and that script is getting crazier and crazier because at first it started off with Tobe Hooper and Joe Zito, and they had like a really big budget, and then little by little they kept hacking the budget to a point where they only had like $1 million to do it, or $1.5 million, and and then it just went away completely, and it got lost in the whole lawsuit, and that's why we didn't get James Cameron's Spider-Man, which has Peter Parker like yelling, "I'll fucking kill you" to Electro, which is hilarious. Like that line. I swear to God, yeah. So Electro has like MJ, and he's like convulsing her, and Peter, I swear to God, here's the line: "I'll kill you, motherfucker. You hear me? You're dead, you sick bastard." Imagine like Peter at the ending of a movie, like him having Peter Parker just all of a sudden like just start cursing at the Lance Henriksen, who's going to be playing. Was it Edward Furlong could have been playing Peter Parker, and Lance Henriksen playing Electro.
Oh my God. That wouldn't have aged well.
Yeah, it would.
No.
Has Eddie Furlong?
Jesus Christ.
I'm fascinated. I'm now thinking about convulsing MJ right now, and I'm having my own thing on.
Oh, yeah. The other crazy one is Vincenzo Natali put out a bunch of tweets at one point, and he was going to do The Predator, and I would have loved to have seen what he would have done with The Predator, because I really like all those movies. I don't care what people say, man. I love all the Predator movies.
Yeah, I watched the most recent one with Raven Shadow, the Shane Black one, and we'd heard a lot of people kind of running it down, but it wasn't that bad.
No, I liked it, and they kind of, again, if you listen to I think it's my Godzilla episode with Fred Decker, we talk about what happened with that movie. In the third act of that movie, there was going to be this. That movie originally in the third act, they had all these other predators that like merged with creatures from like baboon predators and spider predators, and it was going to be this crazy train sequence with the characters fighting off all these various predators, and they shot it all and they had it, and just preview audiences didn't like it, and so they went and they did that whole different third act in the woods. And so we got that's another one of those, like, what if we would have just got the original ending to that movie? It sounded so badass. And you can find, if you Google around, you might be able to, you could find some of that concept, the CG renderings of those other predators. And man, that would have been pretty dope. So it's not their fault. It's not Fred Dekker and Shane Black's fault, that movie. If you don't like it, it's just that the studio made them do it. I like it, but I mean, I would love to see that other ending, though.
Yeah, and that's always interesting. Go ahead, MZ. I'll let you finish.
Yeah, I just want to say, have you ever gotten access to the Dog Soldiers 2 script?
No, we did talk to him about that, I believe, Neil Marshall, when he was on, and I'm sorry, it's escaping my mind what he talked about that. What he said. I went through. When Neil Marshall was on, I was so psyched. I went through like a whole list of movies he was a part of, and he was awesome. He answered us really well. He went into it all. So, not to point people away from your show, but yeah.
No, of course, man. That's what we want to do. We want to let people know about it if they haven't listened to it, because it's a phenomenal show, and it's I mean, all this stuff that we're talking about, like, this is what you guys do on per every episode. So it's I think the people that really love these kind of discussions are gonna love hearing you guys talk about it. So I definitely want people to know about it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that we did this one episode on Return of the Thing, and this guy. Yeah, no, and again, man, it was an awesome script where he took it out of the Antarctic and he put it into like a desert town. And first, like the Thing, first it attacks a chicken. So like at a diner when they're like busting eggs over the fryer, all these little things are hatching from the fucking eggs, So it starts like that, and it just gets aggressively more and more crazy. And it was like with this show, it's crazy. Is like before this show, I had like probably like a defining top 10 movies never made, and then going through this show, I'm reading these scripts and interviewing these people. You're just like, oh man, this one would have been great. This one would have been great. It's just it's crazy the gamble we get, like
yeah, and how much,
like not Val Kilmer. In China Money, but it's crazy.
And I'm curious how. Obviously, I know you do a ton of research on your own, but do you ever have some of the listeners kind of like write in and be like, "Hey, check this out," and it's a film that you guys have never even heard of?
Yeah, we do sometimes. People like are reaching out to us on Twitter and stuff, because I don't know there's so many freaking things. It's insane. Like I haven't, like, a couple of the ones you guys mentioned, I never heard of, I'm not gonna lie, but once in a while we do, but because there, like, while I started this, there's tons that Josh brings to the table. I'm like, I didn't know about that Galaxy Quest script, the first version of it, which was just really weird and dark, had no idea about it, and then the one we're going to have coming up soon is on James Bond Warhead. I won't get too much into it because I want to spoil the episode, but that was like, I never knew I wanted a James Bond movie until I was like reading that script. I was like, holy shit, this is amazing. This movie was insane, So yeah, it's pretty wild, but it's I mean, I guess there's many more that I'm dying to dig into. And I guess another one that he mentioned earlier when he asked me of a movie that I can't find nothing on. There was going to be a sequel to The Fly called Flies, and Gina Davis was going to make it with Rennie Harlan, so it was going to be Fly 3, Flies, and I'm kind of curious what that would have been like, but I can't find anything on that either. And then the other one, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure there's. I mean, I'm sure there's just an endless amount. It's funny when when I was digging around and listened to your show, I'm like, man, there's got to be, you got to run out of ideas. And then in talking to you, like, I don't think there's any shortage of films that were never, that you guys won't, there's so much out there for you guys to talk about,
Yeah, like I said, I collected so many scripts. So, there's tons of Akira remakes they try to make. There's Voltrons, there's or like in an alternative timeline, instead of Tim Burton making Mars Attacks, he almost made Dinosaur Attacks. Those trading cards instead,
Those
so,
are awesome.
I mean, that would have been a trip, So it's like, yeah, no, it I'm obsessed. Remember when PS2 put out like Spy Hunter and The Rock was like on the front cover? Yeah, because they were going to do the Spy Hunter with The Rock.
Yeah, I remember that being rumored. Yeah.
Posters, pretty sure.
Remember that.
Imagery.
Yeah, and so that I would have fucking Spy Hunter with The Rock back then. That would have been dope.
Yeah.
And I think John Woo was going to direct it too.
Oh, crazy!
So,
You're right. Right. Coming back to me when he's bringing it up, but he's right. I remember that now. It was almost going to make it too, and then it just fizzled out like as fast as it came aboard. It just fizzled out. There was there's another script that I was wondering about, and it's the sequel to Rocky Horror Picture Show, Revenge of the Old Queen.
Oh, right on. I don't know anything about that one, to be honest. I've heard of it, but I was never. I mean, I guess as a filmmaker, I've always been fascinated by Rocky Horror. I'd never seen it live at night. I only rented it when it first came out, but I do not know much about that one. I'm sorry. That one I've heard about. Don't know much about that one.
Do you know?
I don't know anything about that one.
Yeah. Do you know anything about it, MZ, beyond just that it was the name of it?
Just beyond the name of it, I knew that Tim Curry was attached to it, that Richard O'Brien was attached to it, and those were the only two I think that were going to be reprising their roles as Furter and Riff Raff.
Yeah.
Everyone else I don't was involved. I think those were the only two, and I don't, as far as I know, it didn't get any further past scripts, the script writing stage. But that was such a long time ago.
Yeah.
When would that have been? Like the 80s, I wonder?
When I heard about it, it was around 1981. The news broke this around 1981.
Interesting. An interesting time to have like that type of sequel musical. Huh.
Yeah, definitely. So we could probably talk about this stuff. Go ahead, MZ. Sorry. All right, so we could probably talk about this all fucking night, Steven, and like I would love to, but there's some other stuff I wanna talk about as well. So
I hear you.
There's obviously last time we talked to you, tied in was your next film project. Is there any updates, or is there anything else that you're currently working on in terms of film?
Yeah, I mean, right now I'm writing away. I am directing a documentary. I haven't yet mentioned what it's on yet, but it is definitely another movie documentary. I've been shooting that, and while I'm at home now, I get to edit. So I'm still messing with that one. But right now it's tied in is it's in post. We're cutting away at it. It's epic. There's if people don't know, it's about movie novelizations. And so it was an interesting can of worms to open and start seeing that it's not only about authors, but it's also about missing scenes that are in books and movies. And there's a lot to it. And so we're still putting that one together. I'm excited about that one. I'm excited that, it's a piece of history that's both like literature and film, and that one's being directed by Jim Coons, who shot the Doctor of Island, the the Island of Dr. Moreau documentary with Richard Stanley. He also shot the Flesh and Blood documentary that's like on Amazon right now about Al Adamson. It's a great documentary about a horror director, if you guys like movie documentaries. But he's directing, and we're just interviewing. We interviewed a bunch of awesome people, authors to filmmakers, about these movie novelizations and this whole wild world of them, and it's been a lot of fun. And so doing that, and I'm directing this other doc on the side, which, like I said, and I'm researching a bunch of other ones right now. I've had all these notes that I've collected from the library, so it's been fun. With there's another unmade movie I can't mention yet, but I've been collecting notes on and putting together, because there's only so much that they talk about in the books about it. So I just need to go deeper, and I found a lot of awesome shit. So I've been kind of digging away in there also. So yeah, so I'm trying to make use of this quarantine time of of doing all this stuff. But I love finding shit that's not out there. So I mean, we'll see. Hopefully next time I'm on, I can announce something new, which would be awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean if there's anything we know about you, it's that you just kind of love the stuff that's either forgotten or stuff that was never saw the light of day, and I think that's really awesome. And one other thing I want to give a big plug to is the Tied In Instagram. It's one of my favorite Instagram accounts. It's Tied.
Oh, right.
If I recall correctly, correct me if I'm wrong. It's Tied_in_film, right?
Yes.
Tied In Film.
That's Twitter and Instagram.
Yeah,
we post novelizations every day. Yeah.
It's such a great one. It's definitely one of my favorite Instagram accounts. I just love seeing all because I think you said it's Jim's. He has the library, right? He has all of those, or is some of those yours? No. Those are all his collection. Mine, I don't have many. They're like up there, not many, but he's got the collection, and everything you see on that page is his collection. And it's cool because sometimes you just see book covers that just spark oh yeah, remember that. That's what's really interesting about these books, and the writers. They don't get any respect for writing these things, so it's cool to shine a light on them and on this. There's not there's like, so far this year, Bloodshot got a novelization and Sonic the Hedgehog did. But, if it was like back in the 90s, like almost every movie that was coming out had a novelization, so. Well, the big, and sort of to your point, the big one that I've heard talked about a lot is the Rise of Skywalker novelization, because apparently there's a lot of stuff in there that explains stuff. Like it tells you that that the Emperor was a clone, and his soul basically was in the body. There's like a lot of other things that just weren't included in the movie. So some little things like that. That's one of the biggest examples this year of kind of what you're talking about, of all these scenes that just got left out of the film, or actually give a little bit more background to what's going on, and it helps make a little bit more sense. Yeah, absolutely. That was the best thing about novelizations, especially, I think I probably brought up in the last show, like that Rambo the Rambo novelization is like one of the best novelizations, because the writer of the original book did it, and you get all this extra stuff that's not in the movie that makes it like more intense. Like in the book, Rambo, the concentration camp Rambo goes back to was the one that he was held hostage at, and so if he gets caught, he's going to be there for the rest of his life. So it's more of a thriller of you're scared for him, as in the movie. But like with Star Wars, every time a new Star Wars comes out, it's like everyone goes to buy these books, especially Rogue One, with all those scenes in the trailer no one got to see. Everyone wants to know where's all these missing scenes, and so lots of times it's from the first draft. But with these Star Wars, they know what they're leaking in these books, because it's not like the old days, like I brought up earlier, Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3. That novelization has the original script before they changed it. But they definitely have like these new Star Wars writers. They're not going to produce the very first draft. They're on top of what's going to get leaked in those books. But
I always do novelization searches, and whenever a new Star Wars comes out, it is pretty cool to see everyone buys it and everyone reads it and dissects it for those reasons.
Yeah, no, it's pretty crazy. And I'm just looking right now on the Tied In Instagram, and just to name a few of the books that you guys posted recently was Friday the 13th Part 3 3D, the novelization. Hawk the Slayer. It's fucking amazing. Nosferatu. There's a Tomb Raider novelization. Highlander. Cliffhanger. Yeah, I see the Sonic the Hedgehog. Return to Oz. Werewolf of London. The Avengers. And I'm not talking about Marvel. I'm talking about the Sean Connery Avengers movie. But no, there's some great stuff on here. So if I definitely recommend people out there go check out Tied In Film on Instagram and also on Twitter. It's one of my favorite accounts. So give that a look. So I mean, yeah, Steven, we literally could talk all fucking night, man, because I miss the hell out of you, and it's so awesome just having you on to talk about the stuff that you're passionate about. And yeah, absolutely, we'll have to do it more often because we always love chatting with you, man. But is there anything else that you want to talk about before we start to wrap up? Is there anything else you want to promote? Anything else out there that you think would be interesting?
Oh no, I guess you could just find me on Twitter, and then you could find like my pod. Yeah, if you want to follow my podcast on Twitter, let me see, because we do try to, whenever a movie comes out that does have concept art, like we do definitely post concept art.
Yeah.
So on Twitter it's at NeverMadeFilm, and then on Instagram it has at NeverMadeFilm on Twitter. And then on Instagram, we are I'm sorry, give me a sec. Here it comes. We are
Best Movies Never Made, I think.
Yeah, I think it is just because we couldn't use the same thing. Yeah, Best Movies Never Made on Instagram, and so you'll see like yesterday, we had like that tragic passing of Stuart Gordon.
Oh, yeah.
Which was like so heartbreaking. But we put up an ad for he was going to do this this monster movie about a giant snapping turtle, and there was like an ad put out, and we put that up in tribute to him. But we'll also put out we did this crazy 4-episode dive into the Super Mario Brothers movie, and the crazy thing was the first Super Mario Brothers. Not the Bob Hoskins one we got, like that crazy industrial music video, Super Mario movie. But for a second there, we almost got like a brightly green Super Mario Brother movie, but they pulled the plug because it was too kiddish. But we put up some of the concept art of they made the Goombas, they made those little mushroom guys and shit, like the turtles, they were making these creatures, and Schwarzenegger was almost going to play King Koopa, so we put the concept art the concept art of that up, and so we always try to do our best to put as much concept art of the projects we're talking about, or the project, or just random concept art we just think is cool. For instance, we did put up Raven Show was talking about the Bridget Nielsen, She-Hulk. We put up all those pictures on there too. You can definitely find all those, and we did an episode on E.T. and we put up the before they were going to before E.T. there was that movie Night Shadows, and they ended up taking the design for E.T. and you can see that concept art on our thing on our social media as well.
Yeah, that's great. So definitely, if you guys also check out on Instagram, I'm just looking on Instagram right now, Best Movies Never Made, and I am looking at the King Koopa concept art right now, and it's fucking amazing.
It's so bizarre.
Yeah, so Steven's got some great content out there on social media, so make sure you guys follow it, and also check out the podcast, and also Steven's other films. We haven't even brought it up, but one, I can't remember what year it was, but I think it was I think it was 2014. Jodorowsky's Dune we picked as our #1 film of the year, and that's a film that was one of your passion project that you produced, and that's once again, goes back. That was sort of our first kind of connection with you, was that, and we had you on for that, and it was just kind of funny how you actually already listened to us, and we were like, what? It was just kind of funny how it all happened. And then you called us the Neon Maniacs of podcasting, which we appreciated. It was one of the kindest things anyone's ever said.
Yes, you are.
Thanks. Box art.
So everyone, if you haven't checked out Jodorowsky's Dune, you got to check it out. Do you know if it's streaming anywhere right now, Steven? Because I know it was on Amazon Prime for a while. Do you know if it's still available there?
I mean, you could rent it on Amazon Prime, but unfortunately, it's not streaming like for free on Netflix, or anything like that at the moment. But you have to rent it at the moment. I'm wondering when the new Dune comes out. How that's all that stuff is out of my hands. I hope they put it out to like Netflix or to Prime so people can check it out when this new movie comes out.
That's a great idea, because that's the Denis Villeneuve Dune is going to be coming out soon. So that hopefully it sees a little jump in views and or purchases for you, because it's such a great documentary. So if you guys haven't seen it, check out Jodorowsky's Dune. And obviously, Steven, we'll definitely get you back on again. It's been a while, but it's always a pleasure to have you on, man, because we love talking to you so much, and I love the show. Everyone's got to go check out Best Movies Never Made. It's such a phenomenal show.
Oh well, thanks, man, for like promoting it and always promoting me and everything. I appreciate that. You guys are awesome. Seriously, I would definitely want to come back on and talk movies again for sure.
Yeah, definitely. It was important to me to get you on for, because when we do the milestones for, like at this point, it kind of doesn't really matter. Like it feels like we're kind of tooting our own horn. So we just like to have fun and talk to some of our old buddies, and that's why I wanted to reach out to you and make sure we could hang. And I'm glad it all worked out, because it's always awesome to talk to you, man. So
yeah. Congratulations to you guys. I was like, Jesus Christ, dude, that's insane. It's insane. Like I haven't done a lot of episodes, but I know it's man, doing shows takes a lot, man. So I mean, props to you guys. Always being rowdy and entertaining and just fucking hilarious.
Well, thanks, man. We definitely appreciate it. Go ahead, MZ.
Yeah, I gotta chime in on one more thing before we let him go.
Yeah.
I am really envious of your great white poster that you have. That Enzo Castellari poster, man, that is a thing of beauty.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, that was. I'm obsessed with shark movies. Yeah. Oh man, yeah, I got that. That was like one of the first things I got off of eBay, like that poster. And then I got next to it up from Tintorara. I can't show you up from the depths because I have some stuff hanging there. But yeah, thank you.
Nice.
That's I was actually wondering what it was. I figured, of course, if anyone's going to notice, it's MZ. So of course he noticed.
Yeah, too.
Yeah.
Thanks for noticing. That's hilarious. I got sharks all over my office.
All right, Steve. Well, we're gonna let you go, man. But I really appreciate you taking the time. It was fucking awesome just to reconnect with you, man. And we'll have to do it again sometime soon down the road.
Absolutely. Right on. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, of course, man. All right. So we're gonna say goodbye to Steven, and we're gonna play a voicemail right now because we got a shitload of them. So I'm gonna go ahead and play one now from Joe from the Horror Squad, and we're gonna say goodbye to Steven. So take care, Steven. We'll catch up with you soon, man, and best of luck and be safe out there. All right, man.
Appreciate it. Same to you guys.
Okay, take care, bud.
Later.
Hey guys, what's up? This is Joe over at the Horror Squad podcast. Just coming on here to wish the boys over at Trick or Treat Radio a huge congratulations on 400 episodes. That is an amazing feat, guys, and here is to 400 more episodes. Also coming on here to give you guys my top 5 Shudder recommendations while we are all stuck at home here on this quarantine. So here they are. At number 1, Cheap Thrills. Number 2, Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer. Number 3, Summer of '84. Number 4, Deathgasm. And finally, House of the Devil. So there they are. Check those horror movies out while we are all cooped up in the house. And yeah, once again, a huge congratulations to the guys over at Trick or Treat Radio. You guys are awesome. Bye.
Awesome, Joe. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate the call. Everyone check out the Horror Squad. Joe's a great dude. We've kind of bumped into him at a few different conventions here and there. Always love chatting with that dude. So we appreciate him calling in and also leaving us the top 5. I mean, you need something to do while you're quarantined, isn't that right, Raven Shadow?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know, huh?
No, because I'm essential personnel, which is fucking scary.
Oh, true. Well, I thought you were getting some time from home.
No.
Good movie though. All right, I'm gonna go.
Yeah,
good.
Thanks,
dude.
Great.
Can I say before you go, brother? It's awesome that Aries is here, but I really miss my girlfriend. And when she gets to come back here, I was talking to Rusky's Dune, so we're watching that, and I can't wait to watch that with my girlfriend. And I'm digging the hair growing in the back. I'm seeing low. I like that. I like your hair's growing longer. I like that. So I'm digging everything that's happening on that side of the screen.
Way to make it weird.
It's not. I like your other posters too. Okay, on the poster. I like that growing your hair out. So
that's it. It means a lot to me. I'm the master of hair over there, so I take it as a
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, thank you again for having me on. That was awesome.
You got it, Steven. Thanks,
All
man.
right.
Take care of yourself, buddy.
I know. Late.
All right. So we do have some, we got a couple emails. We got some other voice messages here. Also, my iPad is dying, and you guys, I have to find a way to get you on some other device, because I'm gonna lose you guys before we're done, because we have a lot of voice messages, like 24 left, I think.
Should we go to commercial and you should plug that in?
So I will play one of the longer ones in a few moments. I still got some time, but we'll go to commercial, and then I'll try to see what I can do. I might get you guys on my phone, or I might see if I can plug it in, but we'll figure something out. But we'll do that in just a few minutes. But I wanted to read a couple emails. We got a couple emails. This is from Will, our buddy Will K. Will was I think he was our very first Patreon supporter, if I remember correctly, or if not the first, one of the first. So Will writes in and says, "How's it going, boys? I wanted to write in for the 400th episode. I don't really remember when I started listening, but it's been a while. Just wanted to thank you guys for introducing me to a bunch of new movies and stuff, as well as getting me through most of college and some slow days at work. Hope everyone's safe and healthy during the tough times right now. Thanks, Will K." Thanks, Will. It's actually like kind of crazy to think about. He says, for helping me get through most of college and now work.
Now, I'm curious as to what end of most of college. Like, did he not finish, or did he miss us at the beginning?
I think he missed us at the beginning. That's my
okay. That's all I'm curious about.
That's my impression, anyways.
But I'm past college too, but I'm just not. I'm not there yet.
But it's crazy, because even if it was just, I don't know, even if it's just like a little bit of college, like the fact that he, like, I don't know, we were there for some of his formative years, which is kind of scary. So yeah, that's sweet of you, Will. Thank you for writing in, buddy. All right, let's see. We also, I'll go through the emails now before I forget them, but we also got one from our boy Corey from the Movie Massacre. And so Corey says, "Greetings from the canopy. Congratulations on the 400th episode. Looking forward to many more. Also, just for general discussion, what are some of your favorite global pandemic films? For me, one of them is Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. This current situation will be a lot more entertaining with talking apes. Anyway, I'm out. Thanks for the hours of entertainment over the years, Corey." Well, thank you, Corey. And Corey's got a great show as well. He's got his own podcasting empire down here, I guess I should say, in Maryland. But yeah. So Corey's got some good stuff going on. You guys should check out From the Canopy. And all right, so what are some of your favorite global pandemic films? Anyone have anything that comes to mind immediately?
I mean, I did have a very lengthy conversation with Corny on before today, and you know what? Just 28 days later.
Okay, that's acceptable. One that I'll just say, I know we've mentioned it on the show recently because MZ watched it a few weeks ago and I watched it again. I watched it also a couple weeks ago. Was Contagion, and that one, I mean, from the ones I've seen, that one might be the closest to kind of what's going on here. You know, obviously, it's the sickness is different, but the way it spreads and sort of, you know, just the way that they show it is kind of similar. So, would you agree with that, MZ?
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, the speed in which it spreads, because the movie spans over maybe 2 years, maybe a little bit more, and and it just gets nuts, and what's going on here right now is about as close as you're probably going to get when it comes to the movie Contagion. It's eerily similar.
It's funny you say that, because I remember I remember this afternoon I clicked on Facebook and it was like Max Brooks who did World War Z.
Yeah.
He posted some stuff where apparently he had all the access to like the pandemic stuff. Like he was brought in rooms to do research and basically was given, I'm not doing the story justice, but he was shown what previous administration's plan for this was, and was like, no, all this is fucked up. Like somewhere from when he had those interviews to maybe, let's just say, a change in administration from bad judgment from people, and things were cut and defunded. But basically there were plans in place for this to happen, and because of the defunding, it's not happening. And once again, I'm not doing the story justice, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, that is interesting. I've read the book and I like it, but I didn't realize that he had access to that stuff. That's kind of crazy.
And like in the article, he's like, yeah, I saw the fucking blueprints. Like I know this is what they let me do.
Yeah.
And you're like a writer or a director, they just give you shit. Like you don't.
They just
give
you shit.
Every damn night.
So what you're saying is essentially there's a ready-made movie with an orange villain that took away the cure for a virus.
To be fair, Full Moon pick up, because I'm pretty sure they're already making that film. Oh man, dude, this dude sucks. I was watching something today, and he was like, "The Chinese virus." Like, can't say the China. Dude, you suck balls so much, dude.
Oh God, yeah. No, let's not even get into it. We have so many voice messages, so we're gonna have to kind of go quick fire here. But all right, what I'm gonna do for you guys, I'm gonna end the Skype call and I'm gonna call you both right back. Okay, I'm gonna try it on my phone. So I am gonna play a voice message. I apologize, you guys are gonna miss it, at least the beginning of it. But I'll get you back in just a moment here. So let me just see here. I'll get one queued up. All right, I apologize. You guys are gonna miss a little bit of Carlitos, but it should be a quick transition here. So let's cut to Carlitos, and I'm gonna go ahead and try and get these guys back on another device. So let's hear from our boy Carlitos.
Hey, Trick or Treat Radio, it's Carlitos. How you guys doing? First, let me say, if you hear any squealing in the background, that's just my son playing video games. That's just how he plays. Yeah! Wow! That's him. So, just in case that comes through. And, so I'm calling to wish you guys a happy 400th episode. Yeah! You guys made it. That guys make you old. Like dinosaur levels of podcasting, man. That's like years. Who am I kidding? I'm about as old as you guys, you know? But But you guys, this shows a commitment. You guys, it shows a passion, and it's still a show where all the humor and your views, they all come out naturally, and it's honest, and that's what makes your shows great, man. And that's why I love it, and that's why I will continue listening for however long you guys are going to keep doing it, I'm not going anywhere, so here's to 400 more. Come on, you guys could do it. Come on. I mean, what else are you guys going to do these days,
True.
Well, other than that, I hope you guys are staying busy. Me, I'm stuck at home, playing the Dooms.
Nice.
Which I do mean plural. Doom Eternal and Doom 64, which was part of the pre-order, or I did buy the deluxe edition. I wonder if that came with it too. Anyways, $5 everywhere if you guys want to pick that up. But Ravenshaw just have to find a used copy for his N64 or something, But just staying at home, trying to keep from going bananas.
Banana fingers.
Yes, Asia. And been on a Japanese movie kick lately as well, especially Takashi Miike films. Nice. I just saw Gozu for the first time, and oh boy, man, that movie's a doozy. Very weird, and I love weird, but weird. And I picked up the Dead or Alive trilogy, the Arrow release. Can't wait to break that open, and also Miike's video game adaptation of Yakuza, which never got to see. Hopefully that's good, because I really, really love the Yakuza games. So a horror movie here and there. I'm going to get ready to watch Come to Daddy. It's on the list.
Nice.
So other than that, you guys stay safe, stay healthy, wash your hands a lot, and get through this crazy crisis all together. So you guys have a good one.
All right, Carlitos, thank you, my friend, and you stay safe as well. I hope you're digging Doom Eternal. I have not had a chance to play it, believe it or not, now that I'm working from home. I feel like I'm even busier, but that's because I can't go home from work. Work is always here. But
it sucks. They're watching you.
Yeah, but thank you, Carlitos. We appreciate it, man, and we appreciate you listening and being a supporter. It means a lot to us. So thanks, buddy, and you stay safe, you and your family, man. Okay. All right, so you guys are back. That was seamless. I got you guys right back right away. So everything's good here. Everything sounds the same on you guys' end?
Yeah, we're all good. We're fine here.
TK421.
How are you?
TK421. Why aren't you at your post?
I don't want to talk to you anyway.
Johnny, we're going to have company.
Shit. All right, let's keep moving on. And the only way I'm going to get through all these voice messages and not forget any, because there's so many, is to do them in alphabetical order. So that's just how I'm doing them. So that's how they're in the folder. That's how I'm going right in order. So, all right, let's go next to another Patreon supporter, our good buddy over on Patreon, and that would be EF Contentment.
Hello, this is EF Contentment, and I'm just checking in to wish you guys a happy 400th episode. Man, it felt like it was only yesterday, plus 2 years, when I first heard of Trick or Treat Radio from one of the Wednesday Night Wars episodes on Outside the Cinema. I was hooked, and I've been listening to you guys at work every Friday ever since. Well, until 2 weeks ago, because since then I haven't been working. Because here in California, we're doing the safer at home thing, and I work for a non-essential business. But so far, so good. You're asking us what we're doing to remain sane during this quarantine, and as a former latchkey kid who has always been more of a homebody anyway, I'm good, and what helps is to just have a daily routine and to stick to it. So for my adjusted quarantine daily routine, I still get up at the regular time in the morning, and I limit all like my news intake now to just an hour in the morning. Just, anything I want to know about what's going on and stuff, just first thing in the morning, and then just move on. I definitely make sure to ignore certain presidential press conferences headed by a certain orange piece of shit, pig, fuck! Instead, I get most of my information about this ordeal from actual men and women of science. I'll then get some emails out of the way and do some exercises after, mostly body weight, stretching. I'll run around the yard for a while, and the whole time I'm listening to podcasts like Trick or Treat Radio.
Nice.
Then in the afternoon, I have one of those Raspberry Pi video game boxes, and I've been using it in the afternoon to revisit some of these old games while reminiscing of a simpler time when I still had faith in people. I've already gone through the first 3 Castlevanias on the NES, and I tried to play GoldenEye 64, but it doesn't work well on this system. So I'm just going to have to steal Raven Shadow's N64 once we move into the looting phase of this pandemic.
True.
Why I would go all the way across the country to steal an N64 is not a question you should ask, nor will I answer it. And then, the rest of the day, I usually just spend the time to make a nice dinner, kind of like Goodfellas in prison took all day to make dinner, and that's what I'm doing too. As far as movies go, I watch the documentaries Not Quite Hollywood and Electric Boogaloo, the wild untold story of canon films, which, thanks to the Trick or Treat Radio Facebook group, I found out were recently made available on Vimeo for free by the directors. So thanks to the Facebook group. And those movies are good times. You should check them out if you haven't already. You had also asked about any favorite memories from the show. And one of the more recent ones for me would have to be when Monster Zero made fun of Johnny's AMC Stubbs A-list membership. And he was doing this high-pitched, hoity-toity voice the whole time. Meanwhile, I'm laughing my ass off at work while listening to this, and my coworkers are just looking at me like, what is up with this dude? Because I have earbuds on. They don't know what I'm cackling at. As an A-list member myself, yes. I should have been offended, but MZ was pretty much on the money with his impression of us. Anyway, happy 400, guys. And in case you didn't get to my voicemail until the next episode, happy 401st. You know what? Just to be safe, happy 403rd, guys. And here's to 403 more. Take care and be well, gentlemen.
Awesome, EF. Thank you, man. And MZ, you're going to be happy to hear I actually canceled my Stubbs A-list because I can't fucking use it right now.
Yeah, I can imagine a lot of people are doing that now.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you can't go to the theater, and also a lot of movies aren't being released in theaters anymore.
Show me Wonder Woman.
Where's my refund?
I paid up until November.
I want my refund.
Where's my refund? Curbside popcorn.
Curbside popcorn?
Yes. And more jujubes.
Jujubes.
I'll get them on the way home.
I want my curbside popcorn.
Where's my sugar baby?
Sugar baby. Oh, shit.
Put it
All
in
right,
a cup.
next voicemail.
We'll just keep on going if we don't stop now.
Oh, man. What? We're not going to go all night with that? EF likes it.
Yeah.
No.
I was fucking off tomorrow, okay?
You were? Not anymore?
No, because now I'm fucking boots on ground. Because the way air quotes are sent.
Boots
You
on.
keep on saying that boots on ground like you're fucking military.
I am military.
You're going to work.
I've been drafted due to the Kosovo incident.
The Kosovo. Well, thank you, EF, and I'm glad. Obviously, there's another outside the cinema connection right there, since he found us on the Wednesday Night Wars. So it's only fitting that we had Bill on. So we appreciate you tuning in, EF, and glad we could provide any sort of enjoyment whatsoever. And we appreciate your support, my friend. So thank you. All right, next, let's hear from Arkham Josh.
Hey, Trick or Treat Radio guys, it's Arkham Josh here. Didn't have a chance to check any updates, so I don't know if you guys were covering a film this week that I can follow along with. And I don't have a whole lot to say, but I wanted to make sure to drop a line and say congratulations on the 400th episode. And I hope all you guys are doing well, and once we get through all this, yeah, I definitely do want to head on up and be an in-studio guest, as you were mentioning last week. So hope all is going well, and can't wait to listen to the show tomorrow. And again, congratulations on 400. All right, have a good one. Bye.
Awesome, Josh. Thank you, man. We appreciate you calling in. Always a pleasure to hear. And Raven Shadow, maybe we should make Josh the first guest in studio once this shit's over.
Sold.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's make it happen. So cool, Josh. Thanks, man. And you stay safe out there too, my friend. Okay. All right. Next, you gonna say something, Ebsy?
No, I'm just agreeing.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I was gonna say.
It's for some reason when MZ talks, if someone else is talking, he gets drowned out. That's why if I hear him say something, I have to ask because we had so many people on earlier. So, all right, next we're going to Alabama. You know who lives there?
Yeah.
Raven Shadow?
Evil Corny.
Yeah, Evil Corny. Let's hear from him.
Hey guys, this is Evil Corny. Happy 400th episode of Trick or Treat Radio. Really enjoyed the show. This is a show that Jeremy Slagoff bugged the hell out of me about listening to, like I say, just about every 50th episode. But overall, I've been enjoying the show. I really like meeting you all during Rocket Shock 2 years ago. Man, It's been 2 years. Everything's, I've been enjoying the show. I'm happy that Raven Shadow turned his spare bedroom into a studio, podcasting studio. I think that's real neat. I actually slept in that room, people, and left some of my stuff there. Hence the name Layer Lost Swag.
Yeah.
So far, since this quarantine's been happening, I do air conditioning work at a university in Birmingham, really UAB. But every couple of days, I have to go to work. Because the crew's so big, they don't want to have anybody really getting infected. So they have smaller crews. So every 3 days I've been working, and the 2 days in between I've just been binging on movies, doing a bit of exercise inside the house, just avoiding people. Pretty much what I've been doing most of my life, watching movies and avoiding people. I'm pretty good at that. But you all have a good one. Evil Corny out. Also, I just want to say also this week I'm on a podcast called From the Canopy Movie Massacre. I do that with Corey and Bobby Blockbuster. We're on, just about everything except Spotify. So you go on iTunes and check that out. And yesterday I actually was a guest on Retro nice. With Raven J. So that episode should be up sometime this week, if it's not up already. But you all have a good one. Evil Corny out.
Look at that. Corny being prolific with the quarantine.
Balling, dude.
I dig it, yeah. He's not balling on a budget either.
I love Corny so much. We were like, oh, let's bullshit for a few minutes. And 3 hours later, I'm still fucking talking to Corny. I love that.
While you're doing the show, you're talking to him?
No. I think it was I don't even know what fucking day it is. Because, with the shop being, fucking suspended, air quotes. It might have been Monday. It might have been Tuesday. I don't know what day it was, but we just chatted for fucking 3 hours as I was reading fucking horrible text. But I love that dude. And I think seriously, when all this is over, listen, you got to fly here, but we're having a party. I'm going to set up a 3-day fucking weekend at the Raven Chateau.
Whoa.
I got couches, rooms, chairs. We'll set up tents. We got fire pits. If once this is done, you're going to get here, but we'll figure something out. We'll have art night one night.
Art
we'll
night?
Yeah.
Why is Aries covering his head? His eyes?
Because I know I'm going to have to fucking build something.
Yes. Well, we'll talk after the show. We're going to have an art night. We're going to have a board game night. And we'll have let's just say it rhymes with Morgy.
Whoa.
It's fine, Johnny.
A Borgie?
Yeah.
Everyone's going to be bored?
No. We'll get fucked up, but it'll be fine. But no, we're going to just have fun.
Didn't you hear what Bill by Force talked about substance abuse earlier? Weren't you listening?
Do you know how much I'm an advocate for his project? I could interview me, Bill. I'll fucking...
Yeah, everyone will fucking be straight edge after hearing you.
It's true. Yeah, I know. I got fucking medical problems. But no, once it's all over, we're gonna paint. We're gonna play bocce.
You're gonna paint each
we're
other?
Yeah, I'm gonna paint myself on Aries.
Jesus.
Aries in the room.
So there you go. So everyone, Raven Shadow is now inviting everyone over to his house when this blows over for a 3-day party.
Yeah.
Well, not immediately after, but sometime after.
Yeah, slow it down. We're gonna get a cure. Just saying, like.
Yeah.
Nothing, but once it's like I get a cure, you can. It's always once it's OTC, a different OTC bill. Slow it down. Then we'll fucking party.
Oh shit! My boy Rocky says I'm in.
Thank you. I want to.
You got to party with Rock.
We'll all get fucking fired if me and Rocky hang out.
Jesus Christ! All right, next voice message. Oh shit! This is from someone we had him on not too long ago, but he is the person we've had on the most. We had him on for the Antrim episode, and he is, I think, the guest we've had on the most in the history of the show. So it's only right that we have him on as a voice message, and that would be one of the 5 Horsemen and our good buddy El Goro.
Hey, Trick or Treat Radio, this is El Goro, reaching out to you from the now quarantined Estudio de Twerp in the barricaded house on the edge of the park. I'm just taking a break from stockpiling shotguns, luchador masks, and James Spader sex tapes to wish you a hearty congratulations on reaching 400 episodes. Well done, gentlemen. And as always, I'm honored to count you amongst my dearest friends in this podcasting world. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I heard one of my neighbors coughing. You better run. Social distancing, bitch.
Wow. That's why I didn't invite Goro to the party.
The thing is, Goro doesn't need a shotgun.
It's true. It's absolutely true.
That's just more of the warning shot to make sure they don't actually get hurt by him getting his hands on them.
Because that's like the equivalent of my old man standing up.
Before the storm.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just more curious about the stockpiling of the James Spader sex tapes. There's more than one?
A little fast. That my mind went there too. Yeah.
Or is he just like multiple copies of the same one?
You guys look like dummies. You guys look like dummies because that means you don't listen to El Goro's podcast.
Oh, yes. Not all the time.
Well, it's
been a few episodes.
It's a fucking pandemic, Johnny, okay?
So, yeah, I mean, we're on episode 400 now. El Goro, once again, I mean, we talked about Outside the Cinema being on 600 and something, but El Goro's up there too. He's on 511. He just released 511 a few days ago. So we got some catching up to do. I don't think we're going to catch up to him, though. But, yeah, he's one of the best. I don't know how he does it. He does it alone. I need you fucks to do this. I can't do it alone.
Sorry.
No.
You'd move a lot faster if we weren't holding you down.
It would be really boring if you guys weren't holding me down. So, but no, El Goro's got a phenomenal show. So obviously, if you guys haven't, check out Talk Without Rhythm. An amazing dude, one of my best buds. So I appreciate him. Him leaving that means a lot. All right, next we're gonna hear from someone who's been with us for a very long time now at this point, and I always love hearing from him. He's got some great insight, and I have a feeling that he's being hit hard by this whole pandemic. So let's hear from our boy, First Time Mike.
What's up, Trick or Treat family? This is First Time Mike. How's everybody doing? Wow, happy episode 400. Congratulations, guy. This is an achievement as well. And it's good to see you, especially after all the movements that were made, like Johnny moving to Maryland, the formation of the studio at the Raven Chateau. You guys have continued to put on a quality podcast that, at least for me, is a must listen to every Friday when I should be working. And the review quality has remained quality as ever. Yes, I hear you guys laughing as I say this, but take a bow. You've done a great job. And next, my coronavirus update. First time Mike is on vacation right now. Originally, he was going to go to fun places like to a day at GaryCon in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, a convention celebrating the founder of Dungeons and Dragons, Gary Gygax. We're going to go see some friends, play some board games. That didn't happen. Saturday, I was going to work at an Elvis called Elvis Fest 2020, a celebration of Elvis, although they also have a Roy Orbison guy impersonator, a Buddy Holly, classic music. That's not happening. But I'm on vacation right now, just sitting at home, maybe going out and visiting my aunt or helping get groceries for my folks. And then afterwards, I go back to work, though, because I'm not at home. I'm part of the essential workforce at a grocery store. So, yes, every day, I'm helping put up the stuff on the shelf and keeping the trucks moving and making sure everything's put in properly so you can get your beer and your bread and your toilet paper, which seems to be still flying off the shelves, which I don't understand. But, hey, just give a little love next time you're going to a grocery store or Walmart or whatever store you have in your area that you get groceries from. Just stop off, tell the person behind the counter stocking the shelves, hey, you're doing a great job, because we appreciate it too. I mean, we're not the doctors and we're not putting our lives on the line like the doctors and nurses, but hey, we want to make sure you guys are well fed during all this, and we'll get through this together. Well, quickly, some of my favorite episodes or incidents in Trick or Treat Radio. Episode 52 was the Raiders of Atlantis review.
Yeah.
When you guys did it with the Milk Creeps, the Death Rattle, and CDR. I love that one. It's one of the after I discovered you guys, I looked at your thing. You guys watch Raiders of Atlantis. I love Raiders of Atlantis, and the review was great. Not only was it a fun review, but it also introduced me to Miami Connection, which I adore as well. So I love that one, and with a special guest appearance by Giovanni Roberto Radici. It's been a long day. Sorry. Also, the next one, episode 206, Ratman Begins, when Michael Ravenshadow finds a mouse on a strip and tries to help the mouse out, but he's soon bitten by the mouse and becomes the Rat Man. That episode still has me in hysterics when I listen to it, because it starts this whole thing and everybody and I admit I jumped in on that one too, and it just took it to a ridiculous to where Nicholas did the picture, the adaptation of Ravenshadow with the Ratman poster, and that's just a great episode. And the other one was the episode 217, the review of 31. Not only was the mighty Cult of Muscle, Jakey and CDR there to review it, there's also a very special appearance by Tony Timpone and the best review ever by young Vera Blinkhorn.
Oh yeah.
Fuck this movie. Love that. I just started laughing at work when I was listening to that. It was great. So I realized that checking it out, I've been listening to you guys for like 4 years now, and it's been fun the whole way through. So this is first time Mike wishing you all a great 400th episode. May you have many more. Let's go for 1,000 now. And everybody be safe wherever you are, and gonga bonk. Love you guys. Everybody be safe. Bye.
All right, way to go, way to go!
I had to give him a wash for that because he mentioned Raiders of Atlantis. So because of that, first time Mike, you get some clips here.
Can't move, we're immobilized! Damn, this place gives me the creeps. I don't want to kill you, Mike.
I forget we had these clips. I love these. Oh wait, let me just do this one here. This is the last one I'll do.
Hey, Wash! I've done it! I've neutralized the warhead!
Oh shit! Raiders of Atlantis. That was definitely one of the best ones, right?
Maybe that's a commentary Patreon.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't mind redoing that, honestly.
Because that was so nice, John. That was before you changed, and we had meat, and we had Taco Bell, and that's fine. We can have some, equivalent, but that'd be nice.
Equivalent.
So you're gonna go vegan for the episode?
I will go vegan
For the
John.
episode? All right.
Yeah, I'm not saying long term, but like I'll go to the vegan hut.
The vegan hut. Loving hut.
Loving hut, whichever hut comes first. I mean, we'll do that. But first time Mike, he's coming to the fucking camp out. He's coming to paint night.
Paint night?
We're gonna figure that.
Why couldn't you think of something better than paint
Yeah.
night?
First, you got to figure out a better name.
Yeah.
Why can't we have no, it's a weekend. We can't have
So you call it paint night.
No, that night is paint night. And then we'll have we'll have like movie night, and then we'll have like camp out night.
You
We'll
need to have like a whole name for the whole thing.
I'm
like Coachella.
Well, that's taken.
Yeah, I said like.
But I figure we have time once we need a cure first. But once that happens, everyone's coming. First time Mike coming.
It's gonna be like Firefest. Was that the one that was a sham that people got ripped off? Is that the one?
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm not taking.
I don't remember the name, but yeah.
So I did want to comment one other thing, and first time Mike is right. Like obviously, first responders and the people in the medical field taking care of the sick people, but without people working at the fucking grocery store, we're not fucking eating, right?
110%. Not
Yeah.
only the store workers, but also the motherfuckers that clean buildings when we leave.
Hey,
Yeah.
let's not forget the true heroes, those working in the package stores.
Yes, that's true.
And the ones pumping the gas.
No, for real.
$10 at a
I said-
time.
Johnny, it was a funny. I have a funny gas station story. to
Oh,
tell you.
boy.
So I went to my local joint down the street, and once again, they have some ties to like crooked noses, but I'm just saying it might not be above board everything they do. Once again, I've had gas station workers ask me to buy them beer and bring it back to them. So I mean, I'm saying that I like them, but one guy's like, "Hey man, when you started coming here, you'd put $20 in, and then a little while later you started putting $15 in, and then now you put $10 in." Is it because the prices are getting low? It's like, no, I'm just fucking trying to get by. But it was funny. The gas station dude called me out on my increments of
So you used to
gas.
do more. Why didn't you ever tell us that? That's
It's a
important.
Yeah, well, I'm a single income now,
You still putting gas in the fucking car.
but I go less places now.
Holy shit! I'm a single income now.
I am single income now because Ollie ain't fucking bringing any cash in. But no, the fucking the fucked up ex-con who pumped my gas fucking busted my balls. Like, yeah, you only put what's next? $5 next week? I'm like, fuck you, motherfucker.
Maybe if you bought the 12-year-old a case of beer, you could get some
Yeah.
free gas.
Yeah.
He wasn't 12. No, he was older than
Well,
me.
you're fucking talking about that. You want a package store? Can you get us something? What 30-year-old needs fucking?
He's older than me. But I do that. You do exchange program. They pass my inspection. It happens. It's quid pro quo.
Well, I got one more thing for first time Mike, just because he brought it up.
This movie.
Yes, and that was probably the best review ever on the show. So there you go. All right. Also, there's a couple of recommendations for what to call the weekend, Raven Shadow. Patsy, our boy Patsy Ray Hall, he says the Raven Shindig. And Rocky says Raven.
Good.
Yeah, it's a good start. And Rocky says Raven Shadow's Weekend of Lost Dignity.
Also,
Probably a little more accurate.
fair. Yeah.
And also, I don't know if he told you this, but Tim Chuma said I gave the dollar bill that Raven Shadow gave me for luck to my housemate.
That's
So-
good. Yeah.
He needed it, I guess, right?
That's very important, and that's the thing in travel. If you have someone you care about, a friend, a loved one, if they're flying, you give them $1, and when they land in the destination, they give it to somebody who needs it. So it's good. It's good travel karma.
Does the American dollar work well in Australia?
I'm not sure what works in Australia.
Yeah. What's the transfer rate on that?
I don't know. What's the exchange, the dollar to spider ratio?
Was it a useless piece of paper that he wrote his grocery list on? Like
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. I don't know. What does Australia use? They use like fucking what, dingo dollars? I mean, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know.
All right, let's keep moving on. Evil Corny says, Raven Shadow, you need to tell
Koala buck.
You need to tell the gas attendant more pump, less talk.
That's fair.
That's why I tell my hooker every weekend.
Oh my God. Jesus. All right.
Now I know why Aries is here.
Yeah.
And staying over tonight.
Creepy Girl says, I don't know if I've always thought this or just now, but Raven Shadow, his look reminds me of Serpico. Am I wrong?
Thank you, creepy girl.
God, no, you really had to do that. I'm a mock man.
Apartment for what? I thought, thank you, creepy girl.
Do we still have 18 voicemails to go through?
Something like that.
Jeez.
What do you have a long commute, asshole?
MZ's half asleep. Have you been watching him?
Yeah, he is. MZ, by the way, if I understand. Yeah, are you working tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if you need to take off, everyone understands. So a lot of us, not everyone has to get up super early. So just let us know. I'll keep going, but just let us know if you got to duck out. All right.
All right. Tell you what, I'll bail at 11:30. Okay.
All right. Sounds good. So
at some point, you just can hear him snoring.
Yeah. Tim Chuma says the U.S. dollar is worth $1.63 in Australia.
Ooh.
Wow.
So he says take 1,000 to Australia and it'll be worth $1,634. Raven Shadow, you should do that.
Oh, they have like Australian bank accounts?
All right, before anyone answers that, let me keep going. So next, let's hear from JB, our old friend JB.
Hey there, it's your buddy JB calling in to congratulate you on your 400th episode. Fuck, that's a shit ton of episodes. Anyways, I hope you guys and all your families are doing well with everything that's going on right now.
Thank you, buddy.
And hopefully we can get another 400 episodes out of you guys. So have a good night, and I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, JB. Thanks, buddy. Raven Shadow, you got any plans to go on JB's show? Tell us on the podcast anytime soon?
I'm trying. I got one more to get my 666, so I'm very excited.
Yeah, you got to get the 666 in there.
I love that dude so much too. I want him to come to the fucking the art night in
You mean the Weekend of Lost Dignity?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. All right, let's keep going because we're going to try to sneak in as many as we can for MZ. Next up is our buddy Jethro Namakan.
Hello, fellas. This is Jethro Namakan. Just calling to wish you guys a happy 400th episode. Sorry I haven't been keeping in touch much, but I've been having a lot of health problems and, feeling frustrated and whatever. Plus, of course, the coronavirus. So I hope you guys are staying inside and staying safe. And I wish I had some kind of, perfect, amazing question for your 400th episode. I guess if I think of anything, I'll phone it in. But anyway, for now, just stay safe and wish me luck. And we'll talk to you later. Bye.
Thanks, Jethro. I appreciate it, man. I know Jethro's going through a pretty rough go of things right now. So if anyone has some well wishes they want to send his way, please do, because he's a great dude, man. And we wish you all the best, Jethro. I know this adds another scary level to things with the coronavirus, but be safe out there, man.
No, to be fair, we've been phoning in for 400 episodes, so but we love you so much, and you can sleep in my room at the weekend.
In your bed?
We don't want him to catch anything.
I'll sleep on the couch, okay? Not my first rodeo. I'll do that. But no, you're coming. You're coming to paint night.
And here at paint night, no. It's not paint night. You can't call it that. It's stupid.
It's a work in progress.
It's a weekend, and you're calling it paint night.
That night we're doing painting. We'll do paint afternoon.
Well, what about the other nights?
Yeah, the whole thing just needs to be an event. You can't just refer to individual nights.
No, well, yeah, we'll have an itinerary.
Okay, well, I think it just got named. Our buddy Eric, who we've seen at the last couple of Rock and Shocks, Eric stopped by the booth. He's a friend of T-Dog's, awesome dude. He says, "How about Raven Shadow's 72-hour blackout?"
That's pretty good.
I'd put that in the running.
Yeah, I mean that could be this weekend because I'll be unless Eric comes over. But yeah, that's fair. That's in the.
Yeah, it doesn't really lock it down to a weekend, but yeah, that's
right.
That's every weekend.
It could be in a row, or you could span it out. So that's fair. I like it.
How about Raven Shadow's 72-hour blackout extravaganza?
Ooh, of Doom.
Of
There you
Doom,
go.
yeah.
Boom, yeah.
Eric also says happy 400 and be safe, everybody. So thanks, Eric. We appreciate it, man. That's a contender. That's for sure. All right, next. This is someone we haven't heard from in a while on the show. We had him as a guest way back. Holy shit. I have to check this out and see. I'll have to look it up while we're doing his voice message. Let me see. I remember what we talked about. Let me see if I can find out. I think I think this is it. Okay, let me see. Is it, I think it's episode 42. I don't think we've had him on since. Holy shit. But it is, once again, another one of the 5 Hossmen. And I talk to him every day, but you guys don't. And this is Coop, our buddy Coop.
Wow.
Make some noise!
X-Pac!
That's one of the greatest right there.
That was fucking incredible.
That was ridiculous.
Raven Shadow.
Put your boner away. Go to commercial.
You gonna make some noise, Raven Shadow, or what? Wait, I gotta play at least the beginning.
Make some noise!
X-Pac!
Oh man, it's like the kid was summoned by the devil. What the fuck happened?
Holy shit. If people don't know, I think all of us, I think collectively all of us, or at least most of us, thought that song always started out with X-Pac, and then Coop destroyed our world and told us that it said make some noise.
He shattered a 20-year-old illusion.
Yeah, I know.
Suck. I told that story and fucking make some noise. I'm like, what the fuck? In 97.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Oh shit. MZ, what do you think?
I'm tired.
It's too funny.
All right, MZ. It's 11:30.
Hey.
You have to come back and listen to all these because there's some awesome people coming up. So you have to come back and listen to these. Okay.
Yeah, I'll definitely listen to it tomorrow morning.
And definitely do your Friday 13th thing. I mean, we went long, but
oh shit, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, do it next week.
Save it for next week. Okay, I apologize, man. I had the whole fucking I had the whole agenda and everything, and then I was like, you know what? We got so many voice messages and we ran late. So okay, let's do it next week. So I apologize if anyone was tuning in specifically for that, but next week we'll do MZ's top 13 best scenes before kill in the Friday the 13th film series. So
I really, yeah, I'm fascinated by that. I'm truly fascinated by that.
I'm interested.
I am.
I can't wait to spill out the list. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I can't wait. So, all right, MZ, say bye to the folks.
Arrivederci, douchebags, and stay safe.
Yeah, you too, MZ. I know you got to go to work. You're essential, so be careful out there, bud, okay?
Trying, man. Thanks a lot.
All right, bud. We'll talk to you soon. See you next week.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye. All right, so MZ is heading out, and we're going to continue on. We got a bunch more voice messages. Let's see. I should have told MZ to stick around for this one. I didn't know this was next. But we are going to hear from, this is someone else who has become a friend of ours over from the show, from doing the show. And he is a great filmmaker and someone who we're close friends with now, I'd say. We've hung out with him in person. He's come out here. I've gone out there. And he's a great fucking dude. I can't wait to see his next film and hopefully his next film after that. And that would be our good friend, the amazing maestro, Karando Mitsutake.
Hey guys, Karando Mitsutake here. Congratulations on the 400th episode on your podcast. It's pretty amazing that, this 400th episode just kind of sneaked up on us. I'm just really happy for you guys. Keep up the good work. Sorry I haven't been listening in all that often lately. I was really working hard to launch my feature number 5 and 6. I was able to shoot feature number 5, Maniac Driver, which will be my Giallo, Italian-style horror movie shot in Japan. So we were able to shoot that last year, and right now the post-production has been halted due to the travel restriction. I have to finish the sound mix in Japan, but I can't fly over there right now, thanks to this corona bullshit. And then my movie number 6, which is going to be a huge feature, the biggest one yet for my career, with Japanese major film studio, has been, I'm in the process of finalizing the script right now, but definitely the production will be stopped for a while till this corona stuff is under control. I'm really just hoping that my movie number 6, the studio won't pull the plug on it. They agreed to, I hope they agreed to postpone it rather than canceling it. So I'm really kind of on the tightrope right now to make this happen, make my movie number 6 happen. I'm keeping my positive attitude up and try to survive this worldwide catastrophe. So please, you guys stay safe and healthy. This self-quarantine sucks, but I guess us the genre movie geeks, we have our arsenals. We have our DVD collection, Blu-ray collection, all those stuff. So let's stay in, and we can chat on the internet or do whatever. But let's survive this, and let's hope happier days will return to us. So congratulations, Trick or Treat Radio, for your 400th episode. This is amazing. And hopefully I can get to talk about my new movies in the very near future without this virus bullshit. Okay? You guys take care, all right? Stay in and stay safe. I'll catch you guys later. Bye.
Awesome. Fucking love that dude, man. Thank you.
I would risk the virus to give him a hug and a kiss.
You would risk the coronavirus to give him a hug and a kiss.
I will fly to LA just to give him a hug and a kiss.
What if you were to give it to him though?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
How do you know?
I'm Italian.
It's not worth that.
I'm Italian. Shut up.
Yeah, Italians don't spread viruses. Well, all right.
Yeah, they kind of do.
That's not true.
Have you been watching the news?
Wow.
Can we edit this? It's cool. Yeah, that's bad.
Well, first of all, I cannot fucking wait for Maniac Driver. A giallo horror from Corando, like I can't think of a better fucking combination than that. So I can't wait for Maniac Driver, and the 6 feature from just the little he said there, and also just some of the things he's been talking about. If it's a big Japanese studio, oh man, I hope this happens. I really fucking do, because he deserves it. He's such a great director, such a great guy, and he really deserves it. And even in the chat, Creepy Girl says the fans want to see it, Corando, so they better not cancel. I agree. So
to fucking blow up. That dude is so fucking.
Yeah. He just needs the right confluence of events to make it happen. But yeah, so we appreciate the call, Corando, and thank you, man, for the 400. And I know you've been super busy. Don't even worry about keeping up. I can't even keep up with what we do, so I don't expect other people do. So thank you, man, and it's always a pleasure to hear from you. Don Fauci, our pal, says, congratulations on 400 and many more, guys. Be safe and be well. I'm heading home to strip on the back porch and decon. Much love.
Ooh,
all right, pal. Anthony, take care of yourself, man. I know you are an essential worker, very essential. So be safe out there, my friend, and take care of yourself.
Love you, pal.
Does he get a lot of singles stripping on the back porch?
If you're around, maybe.
Get the name. Come on, Fred. Here you go.
And all right, we got another one. This is from someone who is very close to us. Someone who used to be on the fucking show. That's how close he is to us. And I guess it's only right that on episode 400, another milestone here, that we hear from old co-host and friend Dynamo Mars.
400 episodes, and can I get a hell yeah?
Hell yeah!
Behind some of this, this show works. I'm gonna pull our water whistles a little. This show works for a very simple reason, and will continue to work over its different iterations for a reason. Because we were the 4 of you, me and you and Tiny. We were cool motherfuckers at Denny's. We were cool motherfuckers at Tortilla Sam's, R.I.P. We were cool motherfuckers on my deck. We were cool motherfuckers in back rooms of clubs. And we were cool motherfuckers when Wolfie put a fucking microphone in front of us. And the reason we were so cool is that we were fucking the least cool people on earth. The least qualified, the least handsome, the least neat, the least knowledgeable, the least everything. But we were a bunch of weirdos, and I feel like for 400 episodes, all the ones that I was on, and all the incredible ones since, we spoke for people who were us, who felt like they didn't really have anyone speaking for them, and I know sometimes your wives or your girlfriends, or in my case, both, will. I'm just kidding. I don't have. I got a cat. That's all I have. My cat is my only friend. But I think that people might say, you're just doing your little podcast with your friends or whatever else, to downplay it. But I think you've been doing and will continue to do something important through a pandemic, through that Trump administration beginning, through other almost pandemics, through crazy weather, through all these other uncertainties that we have had in the last many years since the show went. Every Thursday or Wednesday, Trick or Treat Radio has shown up and dropped on Friday as a podcast, and distracted people, gave people a thing to not think about their day or the greater picture, which is just as scary sometimes. And that's important, and I don't care what anyone says. You can downplay it, you can put whatever else, but I think that's fucking important. And I think that's awesome. So I'm giving myself a Barry Horowitz. So if you guys can all give yourself a Barry Horowitz right now, that's awesome. I don't think anyone but one person is any more important than anyone else on this show, and that is Michael Ravenshadow. No, I'm just fucking with you. No, that's Johnny Wolfenstein, man. Like, Johnny Wolfenstein, Jesse Smith, my brother, my friend. You've had the fucking worst job, and you've been doing it. You've not only made this show sound great, I think by osmosis, advice, and competitiveness, you've at times made other shows sound great, trying to keep up. And, in the same way that I feel like Bill by Force or El Goro, made our show better with advice and, wanting to raise the bar over the first few years of our show, like I think you've done that for other people, as far as a content creator, as far as your production, everything you do behind the scenes. And I think it's just fucking outstanding. And you guys should, we should all give JW a bravo to, it's just real great. It's just amazing. I know I sound like our fucking dunderhead president right now. It's tremendous. But, like, I think that, I don't know, man. Like, as proud as I ever was of my streak, assure you that I am more proud of yours because you did twice as much work, are still fucking going, and are killer crazy. My favorite Trick or Treat Radio things ever, I think it's fucking funny that Aries left for like 2 years and nobody said anything, and then he came back and nobody said anything, and he was just back being cranky old Aries, and that's the way I love him, so that's great. I think MZ getting fucking mad over the tire thing and who I'm giggling talking about, and it paints the sands red. That's some fucking good shit right there, but I have to tell you, there is nothing funnier, in my opinion, on that show or any show than you, Michael Ravenshadow's finished flashbacks. That's some funny fucking shit right there. Holy crap, that's hilarious. Like, I play it for people still. It still makes me laugh. It's fucking brilliant. It's one of, in my opinion, the most brilliant things of comedy. I'd like to thank Raven J and Sir Isaac real quick. I feel like I'm at an award show because, those guys have, guys like that have been, Rock, like all these other people. I hate making lists because I'll forget, but Raven J and Sir Isaac, there's no way that, like, their contributions to the program can be understated. Tiny's awesome music. So much cool stuff made it awesome. And because of that, I've thanked the fans 1,000 times, and I really appreciate them. But right now, I just want to make sure I take the opportunity at episode 400 to thank you guys, because my career is in a great place, man. And I would be full of shit if I said that most of it, if not all of it, was because of opportunities afforded to me by being part of Trick or Treat Radio. It may have been my time to go, but don't think that I don't love you guys and don't miss you guys, and I'm only ever a phone call away if you need another asshole to say a bunch of asshole things. But I'm doing some fucking awesome stuff. Wolfie has seen some of it, and really 100% of it is opportunities afforded to me because of Trick or Treat Radio, and other stuff that Jesse Off has just facilitated. So thank you guys very, very much. I appreciate it so much. Really, thank you. And I'm getting a little emotional, so I'm going to log off. Plus, I'm trying to do this again. Last time I did it, I got a phone call from Aries, and I had to start over. But I love you guys. Thank you. Congratulations and bravo.
Awesome, man. Thanks, Mars. Love you too, buddy. And, is Aries crying? Nah, just kidding.
No, I was just scratching my eye. No, but no, I did. I called him like apparently right after he left his message. He did tell me he was leaving a message for the show.
That's funny. Yeah, he said he had to do it again. So yeah, thanks, Mars, and obviously, I mean, you were a big part of everything that we did, and I'm glad that things are moving forward for you in some of the other endeavors that you're working on. I know one of the movies that Mars is in, Seeds, that Skip Shea is doing, just got some coverage on Rue Morgue, ruemorgue.com, which is pretty fucking awesome. So I know Mars has been doing some film stuff and some other stuff. So congrats to him and continued success, hopefully, my friend. And obviously, it's always great to hear from you. And if you guys miss hearing Mars' voice, he is on the Force Insensitive Star Wars podcast with me every week. So you can still hear Mars and I shoot the shit with Rocky and Alberto. So if you guys want to and you haven't checked that out, you could do that. So I was gonna I'll wait. I was gonna read a comment in the chat, but I'll wait because it's Raven Shadow related. But let me go ahead and play the next voice message then. And all this says is Newport lockdown. So I don't know. We'll see who this is from.
Corona, 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 na na na, corona, 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 na 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 na, corona. Coronavirus, 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 corona, rona, rona, coronavirus, coronavirus, corona, rona, rona, coronavirus, coronavirus, corona, rona, rona, coronavirus. Boom, boom, boom. Raven Shadow smokes 2 packs a day. What is he do when it runs out? You can't go to Canada because they shut the border. Oh, what are we going to do if there's no smokes, man?
Wow. I have to play this.
Take these broken wings.
That might be one of my favorite things on the show ever is the Take These Broken Wings. So Raven Shadow, you just missed Gene Spalding, so congratulations. He had a song about you, and I'm not replaying it.
Because you weren't here, you missed it.
Yeah.
It was both awful and awesome at the same time. So fuck off.
The bathroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't you say so? Could have said something, man. Instead, you missed it. You have to go back and listen. Find it.
Oh, no. I will play back the entire message.
Nope.
Thank you.
Well, you know what? He already put something else on hold for you.
I did, yeah. There was a comment.
The show doesn't pause because you're going to tinkle.
Yeah.
Well, think
your bedpan. Use a bedpan, my friend.
Maybe I am.
All right. The what I was going to read is Tim from Australia says, I still remember when Raven Shadow never watched the movies.
Listen, there was some extenuating circumstances.
The good old days when there was a segment of the show, he'd shut up.
Yeah, exactly. No, or he'd try to make shit up once in a while, and then we'd catch him on his bullshit.
There was some good stuff from that, though. To be fair.
To be fair,
Giants don't
die. I will give you that. I'll give you that.
That was a memory.
It was
okay.
Yeah. All right, let's we got a bunch more, so let's continue on.
Jesus Christ.
So this is from our boy Pabst. Let's hear from Pabst.
What's going on, Trick or Treat Radio? It's Paps. I hope you guys are having a fantastic evening. 400 motherfucking episodes in the bag. Congratulations. Fuck yeah, that's fucking awesome, guys. So I had meant to send in a voicemail to you guys a while ago. Now, this was probably, I don't know, back when you guys did Color Out of Space. But I kept forgetting to send it, so I'm just going to give you a quick rundown. First off, of my thoughts on Color Out of Space. I fucking loved it. I bought that movie as soon as it came out. I was unfortunately not able to see it in theaters, so I first had to seek it out in other means. But I thought Richard Stanley did an incredible job with it. I fucking loved it. I thought great performances, all around. Nicolas Cage at his Nicolas Cageiest. That movie looked fucking beautiful, with a great mix of practical effects and CGI. A little bit of the CGI looked a little hokey here and there, but I mean, a very small complaint in a otherwise fantastic movie that I really, really loved. All right, so after that, I being stuck in the old quarantine, I've watched quite a few movies since then. I checked out The Girl on the Third Floor, and I really enjoyed that. I thought CM Punk did a really good job on that. And the rumor of him being Ash in like a Evil Dead remake, I think he'd do a great job. At least just based off of like that, and I've seen like some of his wrestling stuff, but not like a whole ton. But yeah, no, I thought that movie was great. I loved that one of my favorite bands in the world, Converge, actually had a song in that, A Single Tear. And it was just fucking really cool to hear, one of my favorites in a fucking horror movie. That movie actually had a really great soundtrack. Neurosis was on it. I think there was a couple other bands, but yeah, really, really dug that. I watched Birds of Prey a couple weeks ago, or a week or so. And I was really surprised how much I enjoyed that. Just kind of based off of my thoughts on the other Suicide Squad movie, which was a garbage. But yeah, I really enjoyed Birds of Prey. After that, I've watched a bunch of random stuff. I watched The Invisible Man. I'm going to kind of hold off on any thoughts in the event that you guys do that. I'm just going to say I enjoyed it. And then last night, I watched VFW, and holy fucking shit, that movie rules. Huge fan of that. That's probably my favorite Joe Begos film right now. I watched Bliss a couple weeks ago, and I dug it. I thought it was pretty good, but man, VFW was just fucking awesome. Great cast, great performances, great gore. Just all around fucking loved it. And what I'm interested to hear from you guys, a little question for you, is what is your favorite movie that you have watched while in the quarantine? I know, depending on your job, some of you are, more quarantined than others. I'm a teacher, so I've basically been like working from home and just like finding activities for my students to do and like shit like that, and just being attached to my email for a majority of the day. But I'm interested to hear from you guys. What is your favorite movie that you've watched in the like couple week quarantine that we've had so far? I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts. I'm looking forward to stopping in for a little bit. Fucking love you guys, and peace.
All right, Paps. Thanks, man. Appreciate the thoughts on the films. I'm glad you dug VFW. That was a great fucking movie. So glad you dug that. So Raven Shadow once again getting up is out of the fucking chair.
What? I was having a hard time. He wanted to eat this fucking.
Pap said some really sweet things about you. Go
What are you
back.
staring at me for?
I love Pabst.
Apparently not, because you took headphones off
Yeah,
when
you
he's
took
talking.
your headphones off. Yeah, apparently you don't. You don't respect. You don't respect teachers. That's what I'm getting.
No.
Here.
Well, I don't respect teachers. I was always a pleasure to have in class. Okay, I had the report cards to prove it. No, but all he pulled his heart out of fucking his Chewbacca baby.
He pulled a heart.
And I can't. Am I lying, Aries?
You pull a plastic squeaky that's shaped like a heart out of a stuffed animal. The dog likes a squeaky.
Yeah. So he's running amok. I wanted to give Paps his fucking due. So I tried to like make Ollie play with something else.
Give the dog the squeaky.
All right, we're gonna move on. But we have to answer Pap's question first, and he asked, "What is the best movie that we've seen during the quarantine?" For me, I watched a few actually in the past week and a half, and I'm gonna go with It Chapter 2. That's probably the one I like the most of the ones I've seen. So I'll go with that. How about you guys?
All I'm doing when I get once again, I'm
you're not on quarantine really, so
no. One job may have stopped, but one job is still going. But when I have my quiet moments, all I'm doing is watching Smallville season 2 right now.
Why?
You know why? Because it calms me down. It takes me back to the early 2000s when we were at the Manor and it was nice.
Is that a good time for you? Center you?
It was. for me, Lionel Luther's showing up. He's in the cast now. Fucking John Glover, who's amazing. All kinds of stuff. Rosenbaum's doing his thing. Clark's awesome. So Smallville's been my calming thing.
Okay, so Smallville. Aries, have you seen any movies?
It's been business as usual for me. We had weather, so I worked some overtime. So the only thing I did watch is I rewatched the latest Spider-Man.
Okay, I still haven't seen any of the new Tom Holland Spider-Man movies, so I got to get on that.
Oh yeah, they're very enjoyable.
Yeah,
very
you
enjoyable.
gotta do.
Yeah, no, I want to. It's just I haven't. So, all right, let's go ahead.
Just FYI,
yeah,
the end stinger of part 2 is fucking hugely important.
Okay, cool. Obviously I'll watch them in order, but yeah, I'll make sure to stick around. All right, we got this is a quick one. It's from Palpy. It's from Papa Palpy, I think.
Unlimited semen. First joke on my cock.
That goes back to our Rise of Skywalker 7-hour marathon episode. So
The first 4 hours.
we appreciate Papa Palpy sending in a message.
Fine. I'm getting douche chills.
All right, we got another one here. This is from another former guest. He remembers the episode. I think it was episode 68, though. I want to say, but he has since gone on. He got the podcast bug, and he went on to create his own show. And they're getting close to a milestone of 200, actually. And I produced their first, 140, 50. I don't even know. I forget how many episodes, and that would be our friends over the Throwdown Thursday, and that's Patsy. Let's hear from Patsy. There we go, of course.
Patrick Ray Hall in the motherfucking house. Patrick Ray Hall in the motherfucking house. Patrick Ray Hall in the motherfucking house. Patrick Ray Hall in the motherfucking house.
What is up, Trick or Treat Radio? This is Patsy the Angry Nerd from Throwdown Thursday.
No, this is Patrick.
All right, that's fair too. But no, I am calling in tonight because I want to congratulate you guys on 400 episodes.
Oh my God! I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. I'm about to lose control, and I think I like it.
Oh yeah, that's super awesome. You guys have done some amazing stuff. I mean, a lot of times it kind of seems like a lot of other times it's more
shut the fuck up.
And then you have Johnny saying,
let's go already.
But then you have MZ.
You're not my supervisor!
Well, then Johnny has to take back over and
do as I command.
Then you got Raven Shadows usually not paying attention, and he's all
titty sprinkles.
But then Aries starts to get pissed, and he's all.
That's pretty good.
And Johnny's all like,
oh my.
Raven Shadow's still not paying attention. He's all like,
I like turtles.
But I mean, what else can I say about you guys? You've pioneered podcasting excellence, and you guys are the reason that I even got into this in the first place. You know, inviting me on episode 68, All the Boys Love Larry Fine, which I remember quite fondly, and from which the opening theme music came. Yeah, like there's too many individual memories to go through because I've known you guys for so long. I mean, obviously, allowing me to be on your show, first of all, although it's been 332 episodes and you haven't asked me back, so I might, a lesser man might take that as a slight, but not I, because I know how important all your guests are, and I know how busy things are, especially with trying to be socially distant. because that's important nowadays. You don't want the coronas. But yeah, there's a lot of great memories that I have with you guys, from Rock and Shock to the live panel that you guys did at the Luna Theater, to Scaricon, where we each walked away with an award, which was pretty fucking awesome. Yeah, I don't want to take up too much more of your time because it's already been like 3.5 minutes, but I hope this voicemail at least left you slightly entertained. And I just want to say, I'm proud of you guys. Thank you for being an inspiration, and you guys are great. I look forward to 400 more episodes if you guys can take it. Have a great show. Take care, and you guys are the best. Bye.
Awesome, Patsy. That was a great voice message. And Patsy, as you can tell, has been experimenting more as on the production end of things. So maybe it was a blessing in disguise that Patsy does his own stuff now, because definitely getting the hang of it there, my friend. So he didn't do the plug, but we will. So throw it on Thursday. You guys can check it out. They are on the Dorkening Network, and also Patsy has another show called Shark Bites. So you can check those out. Check out Patsy. And Patsy's been a longtime friend of us and of the show. And we appreciate the time, Pats.
Oh, Patsy's coming to the fucking camp out.
Is he? Yeah. What are you calling it now? Has it got a new name? 72-hour blackout?
That was just a camp out?
It's gonna be a lot.
Yeah.
So many things.
What happened to paint night?
Yeah, that's gonna be on fucking Friday, and then we're gonna have a camp out. We're gonna have s'mores.
Oh, so Patsy can't come on Friday. He can only come on Saturday.
Yeah. What?
I mean, I'm not gonna be in charge of when Patsy comes. That's
wow.
He's allowed to come over. I would be fair to say at least I'll take Friday off. So at least by 10 a.m. you can come over on that Friday. And we're all taking Monday off. So we'll give John.
We are, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you just paying everyone for their time off?
Yeah.
Well, no.
You got your own stimulus package?
Yeah, I'm stimulated, but I mean, I'm not going to. Well, I'm saying once everything is fine. Like once the cure happens.
Well, we can just randomly take days off.
Raven Chow, you should get The Cure to play at your party, the band, The Cure.
Yeah. Hello.
No big
You
deal.
just tell them it'll be really sad, and they'll jump right on it.
Yeah. Well, everyone's wearing black, and it's going to rain. We'll be there on Friday.
We'll be there. Friday, I'm in love.
Hey, Robert Pattinson, who's coming?
Robert Pattinson. Robert Smith.
Oh.
All right, so thanks, Patsy. Let's keep moving on. We just got another one, so I'm gonna just go ahead and play that one now because
I was off tomorrow.
I know, man. I know. We're getting there. We're getting there. So let me go ahead. This is from. I don't think things are as bad as they are here in the States, but I know in Australia, I think things were getting bad. But hopefully he's okay. This is our boy Dane Under.
G'day, mate. Throw another shrimp on the barbie. That's not a knife. That's my dick. How you going? Just wanted to say hello and happy... That's not a saying, is it? Happy 400. Congratulations on 400 episodes. Happy 400. And, yeah, I'm still listening.
Thank you.
And enjoying the show. I don't keep up with the movies because that's a fuck ton of horror to be watching. Doing all the new stuff every week, but I get to watch a fair bit of the movies when I find them, and I use you guys as like a lightning rod to find the good shit. Yeah. There's been some funny stuff. There's always something crazy that happens on each show, or a funny line which really gets me. The one show where you were doing your top 13, I was starting to think you guys were being a bit tough on Michael Ravenshadow, and then he goes and fucks up the name of his top movie. He said, the man who killed the Bigfoot and then fucking killed the Hitler or whatever the fuck. He said something like that. MZ coming out with random shit all the time, like saying, I pulled a nut with no irony and saying it seriously. Aries telling us that he likes dudes more than Michael Ravenshadow does. As Johnny is always up, man, just turn up. It's still going? Yep. Sorry. Just being a cool dude. But I don't know how you're getting all jacked like that on a vegan diet, man. You'll have to tell me that, because I reckon you're juicing. But yeah, everything's a bit crazy at the moment. I just finished work in time to see MZ say Arriva douchebags on YouTube, and I thought, I've missed it, but hopefully I'll just squeeze in there, and hopefully I'm going to do some more voicemails soon. Need to address something that you guys said about my fucking movie, my Down Under dude, Chris Sun with the ball movie, but all the best.
Awesome, Dane. Thank you, man. I love hearing from Dane. He just makes me smile whenever I hear from him.
Kiss him on the dingo, man.
Kiss him on the dingo. Wow.
He's coming. Don't let fucking Dane come up here, because then we'll all get fucking trouble.
I just love the fact that he opens up with all the fucking bullshit Americans say about Australia. Oh, you're from Australia? Oh, throw another shrimp on the barbie.
Yeah. Well, he knows he knows it makes us chuckle. He's just throwing that at us. So
we do that.
Yeah,
we do say that.
You know what? And I fucking love it.
Yeah. I'm fucking scared of Australia.
I'm gonna show Dane. This is all plants, my friend. You guys.
No, yeah,
he's flexing. He's fucking juicing. He's got the kale juice going.
I think he is juicing.
He's got the kale juice going.
He's got fucking Ice-C. He's got Capri Sun. He's got all that shit.
He's going for the fucking real juice. He's not going for the fucking sugar water.
He's fucking ass. I was telling him how much I hated Johnny, because he's fucking perfect. No, I love you, Johnny.
So thanks, Dane. It's always good to hear from you, man. I hope things are going well for you guys. Stay safe down there. Let's see. Patsy says, I do enjoy s'mores, and he says up to 96 hours now. So I think it's no longer 72-hour blackout. It's a 96-hour blackout.
All right, maybe take a week off. All right, get your earn time ready. It'd be like a
get it ready.
Yeah, it'd be like the Hanukkah of debauchery.
Jesus.
That could be a name, Johnny. Can we?
How many people can we offend in one weekend?
Yeah, I know, right?
It'd be 8 crazy nights, right? That bad?
All right, let's move on. Let's keep working on it. Let's move on. Next, we're going to hear from someone you hung out with recently when you went to go see the Jay and Silent Bob Roadshow, Dr. Chris.
Oh, snip.
Hey guys, this is Dr. Chris from the Radio of Horror Show. Happy 400th episode in this time of crazy pandemic, epidemic nuttiness. Thank you for everything that you do for the podcasting community. You guys give me a lot of inspiration. Thanks to Jesse for coming on Radio of Horror a few years ago with Mars, and of course Michael Ravenshadow. You've been on the Dead TV podcast with me and Mr. Zeneca. It's always been great having you on as a guest as well.
Thank you.
Some of the best things that you guys do is when you guys cover the most obscure, craziest movies ever. It's always fun to hear your insights into some of the nuttiness that we sit through and watch for film and cinema. Gives me a lot of thoughts of stuff that I need to want to watch and hunt down myself, which is one of the biggest reasons I tune into your podcast, but also the camaraderie between all of you guys. I'm also really looking forward to, once we get through this, to filming with you guys for me and Michael Neal's short little trailer film, The Slap of Dracula, which will be really cool. That will be filmed at your studio, Michael, when we get through this crisis. Happy 400th episode to everyone there. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. We got a little cut off at the end there, but thank you, Dr. Chris. And yeah, looking forward to that. He had pitched an idea to us, and I think we're going to do a little short thing. So, so I mean, Dr. Chris has been doing it for a long-ass time. He's been doing terrestrial radio, and now he's into the podcast biz, and he's doing well for himself. So good.
And definitely that night at the Jay and Silent Bob show was a crazy adventure in Boston, spur of the moment event. It was fucking pretty wild. It was good.
From you telling us about it, it sounded it.
Yeah.
All right. Rocky says Raven Shanika, 8 crazy nights and no memories.
Thank you, Rocky.
Rocky's always got your back.
Someone call him. I love Rocky so much. I want to.
Well, he's gonna come. Rocky's gonna come.
He's gonna come several times. I'll tell you that
Oh
much.
boy!
No,
All right. Next, let's hear from.
that's not weird.
Yeah, it's just listen to the latest episode of Force and Sensitive. You know, I don't want to hear anything more about Rocky's ding dong.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't think there's anything I can say. You hang with Rocky. I mean, not the show. I've heard the. I've heard the give me the palpy sex talk or the palpy sex you do. You know, the first 4 hours I heard.
All right, this is from another longtime listener. I always love hearing from this dude. Let's hear from Riku.
Hey, Trick or Treat Radio, it's Riku. So I thought I would just give you guys a call because it's your 400th episode. Hooray! I'm very glad that you guys are still doing it, still recording, despite the global pandemic that we are facing. Big ups to Aries and MZ for continuing to weather the virus storms, as I like to think of it. But yeah, just keep being safe out there, guys, and happy 400. Oh, I watched The Color Out of Space. I really, really, really liked it. I thought it was a great movie. Just kick ass. Anyway, have a good show. Bye.
Awesome, Riku. Always love hearing from that dude, and glad you dug Color Out of Space. Seems like a lot of people have been loving it, so that is fucking awesome. Thank you, Riku, and thank you for all the support and for sticking around for so long. We appreciate it. Speaking of Rocky.
Oh, snip.
Snip?
Are you trying to start something new?
He's
Johnny, I'm a fucking
yeah.
asshole for trying to imitate, right? But no, I'm trying to do something different sometimes. Old school, old Snoop.
Why don't you be the innovator of silence?
Not good at that.
All right. Speaking of Rocky, I think this is Rocky. Let's hear.
Yo, happy 400 Trick or Treat Radio. But before you go, there's something you should know. When it comes to this show, only one motherfucker got flow. You know how it go. Tell him, Raven Shadow. Motherfucking Bambaleo. Motherfucking Bambaleo. Bambaleo, motherfucker.
Was that the greatest moment of your life?
I love rock so much.
Holy fucking shit.
Harry hates that.
I would say that would be your new ringtone, but you have no fucking clue how to make that your ringtone.
That's why I need Mary to come over. It's terrible.
Have we ever made that connection for that song?
I don't think so.
Holy shit! How have we gone 400 episodes and never done that?
I didn't see that coming.
It must have, because I that didn't seem new to me.
I don't remember, but holy shit, that was fucking awesome. Raven Shadow. First time Mike says I'm fucking dying. Raven Shadow is going to. I know you. You are gonna fucking rewind that at least 13 times tonight. Top 13 songs of the night, 1 through 13. Babaleo. Oh my god.
He's coming to the fucking camp out.
He's playing live at the camp. He's gonna play that song.
Oh, don't fucking tell me he'll be fucking. I'll set up a fucking studio in the shed. He'll be fucking.
Holy shit, that was fucking awesome, Rocky. Oh man, that was great. Okay, shit, I gotta catch my breath. All right, let's go on to the next one, and this is from this guy. As we've said, he came to us from Derek Rook, but he has been like 6 degrees of Trick or Treat Radio over the last few years, and you know, I know he's got a lot going on down in the FL in Florida, but our good buddy, it's always awesome to hear from Slagoth.
Don't fucking tell me.
What's up, Trick or Treat Radio? Just want to give a shout out on your 400th episode. Love and light with just a sprinkle of darkness. We got to hang in there. You got to keep it together. Love you guys. Stay safe. Stay well. Keep it going.
Awesome. Even a 22-second voice message from that dude makes me smile.
Everything that dude does fucking makes me smile. I love him so much. He's coming to fucking.
He's coming to the blackout.
He's coming a week early. What's your earn time request? Let's find a date. When like 2 months from the cure, and then we'll all get fucked up. He loves fire pits. I love that dude so much.
He can if you get a pool, maybe he can clean your pool for you.
I got a bathtub.
Jesus. All right. So thank you, Slagoth. Awesome to hear from you, buddy. I hope everything's good. I hope you and your family are safe, my friend. Okay. I don't know who this is from. It's anonymous. So let's go ahead and let's see who it's from.
What's up, Trick or Treat Radio? Creepy Girl here.
Oh, Creepy Girl. Nice.
400 episodes. Amazing. Can't believe it. 400 is a lot. And I have to say, you are the only podcast I listen to faithfully. I do listen to a few others, but not like I listen to you guys. I have to say I miss Dynamo a little bit. I really do. But I still love all you guys. Especially MC, just saying. But, yeah, congrats on that. Quarantine really sucks for me because, of course, I'm a bartender. So the 2 jobs I had are no more because, they're shut down. So no income for me. And I'm trying to sell my dang house. And, of course, delay. They moved the closing up 4 times already. So Monday is supposed to be my closing. And I'm just praying, hoping everything goes through because they say our value of our houses is going to drop 25% after this bull crappity ends. And, that wouldn't be good. If this sale goes through Monday, I'm in a great place because now will be a great time for me to buy a house and I have a place to chill till I find one.
Yeah.
So that'll be good. Other than that, I've been eating way too much, just hanging out with my pets, and trying to watch stuff. Started the Tiger King only on episode 3. Everyone says it's crazy good. So far, it's pretty crazy. I guess I haven't gotten to the real good part yet, I'm hoping. And I saw a really good movie, ICU. if you haven't seen that, I think Helen Hunt's in it. I hope I got that right. But that's a real good twisted crime kind of movie where kids go missing, and it has like 3 or 4 twists in it that really kind of blow your mind. It was really hard to figure out, so that's a good one to watch. The other stuff I watched is probably just so-so, but I'm just chilling, packing, eating, and hanging with my pets. That's about it. I hope you guys are all well, safe. I hope all the listeners are well and safe. Corny and First Time Mike and all the others, Mike Sexy Kexy. I hope everybody's safe and nobody's sick and nobody's coughing and everybody's staying isolated, and that we all get through this and we don't lose our houses and everything else. And congrats on 400. Love you guys to the moon and back, more than Cheetos.
Wow, more than Cheetos.
Yo, Creepy Girl's definitely coming to the fucking camp out.
Well, thank you, Creepy Girl. It's always a pleasure to hear from you. I'm sure MZ is a little sad that he wasn't here to hear it live, but hopefully everything goes well. Man, that must be a scary place to be with the house stuff. So hopefully everything works out and it goes through on Monday. So you stay safe too. All right, we got 2 quick ones here, and then we got a few more left. So let's hit this quick one here. This is from our boy we met at Rock and Shock this past year, Tim Chuma from Australia, all the way from fucking Australia. And Tim had mentioned earlier that he found us, he heard our promo on Silver and Gold and also on Cult of Muscle way back in the day. So Tim's been listening since, I think he said 2013 or 14, something like that. So awesome. Glad to have you aboard for the whole time, Tim. And let's hear from him.
Bombaleo. Yeah, hello, it's Tim again from Melbourne, Australia. I just found out I've got a Rode microphone that with my camera I never ever use. We're not in lockdown here, but I've got a heap of DVDs to watch, so I'll go through them. And there's no late fees on the library, so it should be right. All right, thanks. Bye.
All right, Tim. We got another one from Tim, so let's check this out.
Bombaleo. Happy 400th episode Trick or Treat Radio. Tim here again. I'm just out in the back blocks of going for a walk because there's no cars here, and I don't want to do this stuff at home because Corey will come in and say, "Are you looking at porn? You looking at porn?" Yeah, every time. He comes in every hour or so, asks me to look at porn. If I'm looking at porn, I wouldn't have the door open and pulling myself. Jeez. Yeah, have a good day. Thanks.
You're looking at porn. You're looking at porn. Oh, man. Love that, dude. Thanks, Tim. It was awesome meeting you at Rock and Shock as well, and you stay safe. First time Mike reminded us that Reverend Scott did a version of Bombaleo on episode 250. So, yes, it was a thing, and we just totally fucking forgot.
I did not forget because I said that sounded very familiar to me.
You're right. Yeah, Aries is right. So, all these episodes just kind of fucking blur together. It's crazy. So, but yeah, I'll have to go back and listen to that because I'm sure it was awesome. I did love Rocky's version as well. Also very funny stuff. So, never.
We need to get both of them and make a mashup.
Yeah, exactly. Back to back. Raven Shadow will go nuts. Oh man. So he walked out again.
Yes.
I was gonna play something from Marion too.
Apparently you're thinking about working tomorrow. You said you had tomorrow off.
I did.
He originally did.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
No, I have to go to work.
Raven Shadow. Okay. This is from someone you know very well. Let's just say that.
Happy 400th episode to you guys at Trick or Treat Radio, podcasting in the time of Corona. I truly hope you are all well. I mean that. I'm doing okay, except I have allergies and I'm a hypochondriac, so
yeah, that sucks.
Trying not to freak out. But I decided to serenade you guys for your big milestone episode. I hope it's okay. All right, here it is. Is this corona? Is this just allergies? Caught in a landslide of pollen falling from the trees. Open your eyes, look up to the skies and sneeze. I'm out of tissues, need antihistamines because my stopped up nose cannot blow. Fever's high, then it's low. Any way the wind blows, it's always full of pollen to me. You
gotta join in, Raven Shadow. Come on, do a duo with your lady.
I don't sing.
I know.
I don't know the words.
It's probably for the best.
Yeah.
That was pretty fucking good, though.
Yeah.
I that must be a tough place to be for a hypochondriac and someone who's got seasonal allergies to be
Where I'm
constantly
like,
fucking petrified, right?
My dad told me I was a hypochondriac, but I'm like, how can I be a hypochondriac when I'm sick all the time? You know what I mean?
Nice.
That worked.
All right, we're down to one more.
Shit.
If you can believe
I'm
that.
getting the look.
You getting the look? Yeah, we're this is ridiculous. This is like old days, the old days right here.
Oh.
I forget that we used to do this on the regular, like 12:30, right?
Yeah. And then I drove fucking a half an hour home, motherfucker. So see how you guys like it.
All right, so last one. This is an international voice message.
Don't tell me.
Tell you?
Tell me.
Well, Mars had commented earlier about one of his favorite segments ever, Flash Facts.
Don't tell me.
Flash Facts.
If it's fucking best, I'm taking my pants off.
We're going to finish with a Finnish dude. How about what do you say about that?
Oh, who's this? See who fucking finishes first.
You got to move the table so we can keep count. All right, let's hear from Vesa.
I love it.
Hello, Trick or Treat Radio. It's quite an amazing achievement that you've been able to make the show for 400 weeks in a row. And I'm happy that I've been able to be some kind of a small part of it along the way.
Big part, my friend.
And I hope you guys keep going strong for a long time still, because your show is my favorite out there. So it's really great job you guys been doing over there. So thank you for that. I also wanted to leave a bit of my mind about the Shining movies. I just had a bit of a double feature last weekend. I got the Shining on 4K disc, which looks amazing, and Doctor Sleep on Blu-ray, because it has the director's cut. It's also on the 4K set,
Nice.
but not in 4K, so I think it's quite pointless to get that one. But yeah, I've always liked The Shining as well. Many other Stanley Kubrick films.
Yeah.
He's an amazing director. But I must say that now I've seen Doctor Sleep with it, I love it even more. I love the way how Doctor Sleep expands on the universe of The Shining and makes it a lot more interesting for me. And I must say that I've been quite obsessed with them ever since seeing them last weekend, and I will definitely be revisiting them a lot in the future. And I think it's quite an amazing job they did with Doctor Sleep, because it's a very rare thing to see a really proper sequel for a classic film like that, and the way how they even made the original feel better after that is quite an achievement in my opinion. So great job. Mike Flanagan was it, who also did Haunting of Hill House, which actually was something that I got Haunting of Hill House vibes during vibes. I don't know. Seems like I'm saying it wrong, but not ass wipes, just the feeling wipes.
Well, I like that. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, where was I going with this? Yeah, I got a bit of a Haunting of Hill House feeling when I was watching Dr. Sleep, and that was understandable afterwards when I found out that it was made by the same director. But yeah, that's enough of ass wiping for now, so see you guys next time. Bye.
All right, Vesa, thank you, man. I'm glad you dug it. It definitely adds something to it. I've heard some people that didn't love it. I've heard some people that do, and I think for the most part we all really enjoyed it. So glad you did as well. And thank you for the kind words. And it's always really kind of like it's crazy because we've talked about some of these people that we've met over the years, and we've had a lot of them on the show tonight. But it's just, it really kind of drives it home that this is a global sort of thing when we have someone from Finland calling in and that really likes listening to the show, and we would consider a friend now, because that, I don't know, it's just something that really hits home,
Oh, Best is coming to the fucking pod.
Best is coming, huh?
He would love paint night. Okay, he would like board game night, and then we'll do an Easter egg hunt.
Oh
Doesn't
my
matter
God.
what month.
Easter egg hunt.
It could be we'll have a hunt. We'll have some kind of hunt. Not like surviving the game type hunt, but we'll have some kind of
Like Helen Hunt?
Yeah, we'll have Helen Hunt. I'm pretty sure we could probably get Helen Hunt at this point. That's coming over.
So yeah, I just wanted to say that it's just really it's cool. Like it adds some perspective, and it's always really awesome to hear from other people from other parts of the world. We had Dane, we had Tim calling in, and also Finland. We got Vesa over there, and I wish our friend from Russia called in, but we haven't heard from Kostroma, Russia in a while. But
I'm actually concerned. I'm a little worried. What's going on.
But no, it's always awesome to hear from you folks. So thanks, Vesa. And we actually just got a voice message just now, so this is a quick one though. So let me go ahead and play this one. It's from VKM. I can only assume it's from Vincent Kennedy McMahon. So let's check it out.
Well, goddamn, pal, 400 episodes, huh? That's nearly as many as Raw and SmackDown. No, it isn't. Anyways, God, I'm funny. Anyways, Raven Shadow, you owe us a couple of bucks for that intellectual property with the X-Pac thing. You may need to get a shave in and maybe not use that theme ever again. But I digress. I wish you guys all the best, and, well, here's to hoping we have WrestleMania. If not, I'll still be counting cash. Talk to you later. God damn.
That's good shit, pal. That's good shit.
Oh, pal, I can't even take it, pal.
That made your night, didn't it, Raven Shadow? Hear from Vince.
You know what? I'm calling in tomorrow. Fuck it. I'm
calling in.
I'm gonna like 11 o'clock noon, wrecked, my hair fucked up, my nose bleeding. I don't give a fuck.
Who are you fooling? Your hair's never fucked up. You're combing it 24/7.
Thank you for saying that, Aries.
That you're combing it 24/7?
No, that's never fucked up.
Because you're combing it 24/7.
Yeah, that's true.
I think you do it in your sleep.
Thank you, pal.
All right, I think we finally made it, guys.
Yes.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Hey there, Trick or Treat Radio. This is Reverend Scott. So, as you might have noticed, holy shit, people are getting a little stir crazy after all this isolation, and things have taken a turn for the worst. It's getting pretty bad. I guess you guys planned for this podcasting via social distancing thing a little ahead of the curve, didn't you? Good planning. But I wasn't about to let all this bullshit stop me from sending you a little message giving you a congrats on 400 episodes. That's fucking nuts. Seems like just yesterday I was celebrating episode 100 with you jokers. And here's to 400 more if we, still have a civilization left in a few years. Jesus! I better get fucking going. Peace and love, guys.
Now, back to our show.
That was weird. No, that was awesome. It's never a milestone episode without Reverend Scott, right? Did that just put the cherry on top for you, Raven Shadow?
Yeah, a little bit. Wow.
You getting verklempt?
I'm talking about.
This is your life, Trick or Treat Radio. Like, we had people from all over the fucking, the past, 7+ years.
This is really good. Once again, it sucks that we're fucking. This could be the last. Everything.
Nah, it's not. We'll get through this. Yeah, we'll get through this.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, we got a really good track record so far. But no,
we haven't missed one yet.
We haven't. But the world's being an asshole.
I'm gonna kick the world's ass, so we're gonna be here next week.
I would bet on Aries versus.
I will too. Smart money's on Aries.
Yeah. I'm not a betting man, but I would bet on Aries because he fought a bar and could probably fight the world after that. But no, this is very nice. Steven Scarlatta, Bill fucking by force. Monster Zero was connected to us, I guess.
Yeah, kind of. He was like half there tonight.
A great connection. But no, it was awesome. This was awesome.
Yeah, it was. I mean, and I had hoped that we could kind of make people forget about the real world for a little while, but I think honestly, I think you guys did that for us. Like, this 4+ hours fucking blast. I loved every single minute of it, and we didn't talk about a movie, but we had some amazing fucking conversation having Bill on. I love what he's doing with his projects, and Steven Scarlatta, like, holy shit, we could have talked to that dude for 4 fucking hours about all these fucking lost movies, right?
Seriously, like, why? He should move. He's coming to the.
He should move. He's coming, yeah. So it's a cookout now.
It's all so many things, but he would love paint night. He would love board game night.
Paint night.
We're gonna have a Lego night. We're gonna have we'll build.
Well, you have a lost movie night.
Lost movie night.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, so it's 7 days. All right, here's the movie.
7 days?
No. Can we just fucking end this show?
Yeah, Aries has to. You guys got to work. I got to work too, but I just.
I got to drive home.
Yeah, I just got to roll over, get out of bed, and come into the studio.
Yeah. You know what? I'm not even supposed to be out. I got to fucking dodge all these martial law out there.
That's true.
Raven Shadow, Aries endangered himself to come to the studio tonight.
Because we're Chrono Bros. Yeah, high five.
No, don't even come close. You're too close as it is.
No. Demolition Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Of all the Aries that are fine.
Actually, you know what? We're fucking living in Demolition Man. No toilet paper.
Yeah.
And you can't touch.
True.
And I really want to right now.
All right, we're gonna end the shit. Everyone's gonna go home. I've literally had to pee for about 3 hours. So.
Deuce the Wolfie sacrificing for the show.
I need a bedpan.
He's all set.
Yeah.
I didn't want to leave during any of the voice messages. They were all so good.
Oh.
So, unlike you, Raven Shadow, I didn't want to get out of my seat.
I had a dog that was barking. I was trying to do it for the show.
All right, so everyone, make your plans to head to Raven Shadows for the 72-hour blackout.
Once the cure happened, we'll set.
Yeah,
we'll set
once the cure. 2 months after that.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna be like, I'm putting like tops down in the yard, and we call it sleigh on it.
Tops?
Tarps.
Oh, tarps. Okay. All right. MZ says goodbye already. Let's go around the room and say goodbye, Aries.
All right. Goodbye. Remember, wash your hands, wash your buttholes.
that one's gonna stick. All right, Raven Shadow.
The best. I'd die with your mask on.
All right, I seriously I can't say enough of what this means to all of us, and especially to myself. 400 episodes, and like, I know we don't pat ourselves in the back. We don't do the Barry Horowitz. We did a little bit when Mars called in, but 400 consecutive weeks. We have yet to miss an episode. That's probably the thing I'm most proud of, honestly, for all the things that we've done. Like, I don't know, like this show doesn't even matter, it's whatever. It's a fun thing that we do. We get to hang out, and now that I'm down here, like it's even like more important to me because I get to hang out with you guys still, so that's cool. But like, other than that, like, we haven't missed a fucking episode. Like, we haven't even had to do like a shit episode that was like some like lost episode or anything like that. We've put out a new episode every fucking week for 400 weeks. And I think that's fucking awesome. So I think that's the last I'm going to say of it. I don't want any more accolades. Like, it is what it is, and I think it's pretty cool. But I can't appreciate. I appreciate everyone calling in, and we had let's see. When all was said and done, we had 28 voice messages. Or 29. I'm sorry, 29. So that's incredible. And it obviously, I know not everyone can listen every week. Not everyone can tune into the live show. I understand, but for something like this, you guys came out in force, and that means the world to me. So I appreciate it. And so 400 episodes. How many more? I don't fucking know, but probably not another 400. I don't know about that. But I just want everyone to take Aries' advice: wash your hands, wash your butthole, wash your beehole, if you will. And everyone stay safe out there, because shit's probably going to get worse before it gets better. So just take care of yourselves. Don't be dumb. Stay inside if you can, and just everyone be safe. I want you guys here for every other week after this that we're doing this. So just be good to each other, and take care of yourselves. And we will see you guys for 401 next week. Oh, by the way, we're doing Guns Akimbo next week. That's the film we're doing, Guns Akimbo. Check it out. It dropped on Amazon. And we'll see you next week. See ya.